Beneath a crimson sky, the story opens not with certainty, but with a whisper. For centuries, rumors have circled around a sealed chamber buried deep beneath the earth, a place spoken of only in fragments, legends, and fearful murmurs. Some called it a tomb, others a vault of the gods. Yet all agreed on one thing. It was never meant to be opened. The silence that surrounded it was not just physical, but deliberate, a silence enforced through generations by those who understood what should remain hidden. What could possibly lie behind stones so ancient that time itself seemed to avoid it? The first documented mention of this chamber comes from an explorer's journal dated nearly 200 years ago, a man who claimed to have seen strange carvings in a remote temple wall, symbols that spoke of a sealed breath beneath the throne of the world. Scholars dismissed him as a fantasist, but the local villagers refused to go near the site. They told stories of glowing light seeping through cracks in the rock, of voices that echoed when the wind was still, and of a curse upon any who tried to disturb it. The explorer disappeared not long after his account was published. His body was never found, and the path to the chamber faded from memory, as though nature itself wanted to erase his trespass. But the earth does not forget. Decades later, satellite imaging revealed anomalies beneath the same landscape, perfectly geometric voids hidden beneath layers of sediment. It reignited a curiosity that had lain dormant for centuries. When a small team of archaeologists began their quiet investigation, they were met with resistance. Permits were delayed, funding withdrawn, and media access restricted. It was as if invisible hands were tightening around the truth, guarding something humanity was not meant to touch. Yet curiosity, once awakened, is not easily silenced. This is where our story truly begins, in the tension between discovery and prohibition. The chamber was not just sealed by stone. It was sealed by fear. Every culture has its taboos, but this one transcended borders. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations reference a hidden vault, said to contain the remnants of a pre-human era, an age when gods walked among mortals, and knowledge was as dangerous as it was divine. What connects them all is a singular warning. Do not open what was closed by the hands of the old ones. As the investigation deepened, evidence began to emerge suggesting that this chamber might not be an isolated mystery. The same architectural patterns appeared in ruins thousands of miles apart. Same angles, same alignments, same impossible precision. It was as though the builders of this hidden world shared a global blueprint, a forgotten science that modern archaeology struggles to explain. The implication is staggering. Either our ancestors were far more advanced in history records, or they were guided by something or someone beyond human comprehension. The question that drives this journey is simple, yet terrifying. If the chamber was sealed for a reason, what happens when we break that seal? Throughout history, mankind has been drawn to forbidden places, compelled to look where we are told not to. Yet every discovery carries a price. The story of this sealed chamber is not just about ancient walls and artifacts. It is about humanity's insatiable hunger to uncover the unknown, no matter the consequence. As the camera pans across the weathered stone, we are left to wonder whether this curiosity is what elevates us, or what ultimately condemns us. By the end of this exploration, one truth will become clear. The greatest secrets are never lost by accident. They are buried, carefully, intentionally, by those who understood that some knowledge is too powerful to be set free. And somewhere, beneath layers of earth and centuries of silence, the chamber still waits, sealed not by time, but by purpose. The first whispers of its rediscovery began quietly, almost accidentally, when a team of geophysical surveyors stumbled upon irregular density readings beneath an ancient temple complex. At first, it was thought to be a cavity caused by shifting earth, a natural pocket of air trapped in stone. But the data told a different story. The void was symmetrical, sharply defined, and positioned precisely beneath a set of ceremonial chambers that had been dated to over 2,000 years old. Nothing about it was random. The more researchers examined the site, the more they realized that something deliberate lay buried beneath their feet, a chamber sealed with an intention beyond ordinary burial customs. When the first exploratory footage emerged, grainy, infrared scans captured through micro-drilling cameras, the world saw something that shouldn't have been there. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, spiraling like a celestial chart, glowing faintly as if reacting to light for the first time in centuries. But even before deeper entry could be attempted, a sudden halt was ordered by the overseeing ministry. The official explanation cited structural instability and risk of cultural desecration. Yet those who had been on site whispered of a different reason, that the moment the chamber was pierced, something inexplicable happened. Equipment failed, static filled the monitors, and one of the workers collapsed after reporting an overwhelming vibration coming from the ground itself. The seal of the chamber was no ordinary barrier. It was a marvel of ancient engineering. 3 concentric stone doors layered with metal locks unlike anything seen before. Each section appeared fused as if molded by extreme heat, impossible to separate without destroying the structure. Inscriptions across the threshold depicted guardians, not a human form, but elongated beings with flame-like crowns. Between their outstretched hands, lines of ancient script formed a warning that modern epigraphers struggled to translate. Some believe the symbols referenced an inner sanctum of the gods, while others claim it was a containment spell, a safeguard meant to keep something inside, not intruders out. Historical records from nearby regions deepened the mystery. Scrolls from a monastery described a hidden vault of echoes sealed by the sons of the dawn after a cataclysm that erased their empire. The same texts warned that when a vault reopened, the old voices would awaken. Archaeologists initially dismissed the correlation, yet even the skeptics could not explain the chamber's placement directly beneath the temple's axis, a location that perfectly aligned with solar patterns observed only once every 1,000 years. This was not coincidence. It was design. As pressure grew to uncover more, the government imposed a strict information blackout. Journalists attempting to access the site were turned away, and local workers were sworn to secrecy under new heritage protection laws. Still, fragments of data leaked. A few photographs, a partial transcript, and a rumor that foreign specialists had been brought in under confidentiality agreements. These leaks fueled online speculation, turning the sealed chamber into a digital age legend. Forums buzzed with theories. Was it a tomb of an ancient ruler, a vault of forgotten technology, or a prison holding something far older than humanity itself? Behind the scenes, several private expeditions attempted to replicate the survey using off-grid methods, drones, underground imaging, and even seismic resonance mapping. Every attempt was mysteriously interrupted. Drones malfunctioned mid-air, GPS signals vanished, and one group reported losing all their recorded data upon returning to camp. The consistent pattern of interference raised unsettling questions. Was it simply natural electromagnetism from the stone, or was the site actively resisting intrusion? What truly unsettled the researchers was the precision of the structure's design. The geometry of the outer chamber mirrored sacred ratios, phi, pi, and harmonic resonance numbers that appeared in ancient temples across the world. This mathematical fingerprint connected it to a lineage of builders who seemed to understand cosmic principles lost to modern science. How did a civilization, supposedly primitive, manage to create such advanced architecture, and why would they go to such lengths to seal it away forever? Among the few images that escaped censorship was one of the chamber's entryway, a massive slab with a central indentation shaped like an eye. Within its pupil-like cavity was an inlaid mineral resembling obsidian, polished to a mirror sheen. Some theorists suggested it functioned as more than decoration, perhaps a lens, a form of energy receptor, or a symbolic representation of divine surveillance. The watching eye motif appeared in myths across continents, often associated with judgment or containment. Could it be that the ancients were warning future generations not to awaken whatever slept beneath? As night fell over the excavation site, locals reported seeing lights emerging from the ground. Faint, rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat. Officials dismissed it as reflection from equipment, but to those who lived nearby, it was an omen. Elders spoke of prophecies that foretold a return of the sealed breath, a resurgence of forces buried during humanity's first age. The parallels between myth and discovery grew impossible to ignore. By the time international media caught wind of the chamber, it was too late. Access was denied, and the site was declared off-limits indefinitely. All that remained were the echoes, fragments of reports, vanished researchers, and the unyielding mystery of the sealed structure. What was hidden there that warranted such protection, even in modern times? The forbidden chamber had been revealed, but its secret was still intact, untouched, untold, and more dangerous than ever. And as new evidence hinted that similar sealed vaults existed across other continents, one chilling realization began to spread. This was only the beginning. The world had rediscovered the first door, but no one yet knew what lay waiting behind it, or what had been waiting for us to find it. The lock that guarded the chamber was not made merely of stone and metal. It was an enigma forged with purpose, a challenge across time. When the excavation team first uncovered the sealed entrance, they realized almost immediately that it was unlike any other barrier ever found in ancient architecture. The chamber's door wasn't simply closed. It was engineered to resist both man and time itself. Each layer seemed to tell a story, one of protection, secrecy, and warning. The archaeologists would soon understand that to open it meant crossing a threshold that might never have been meant for the living. The outermost gate was carved from a single monolith of basalt, perfectly smooth, its surface polished so precisely that even after centuries of burial, it reflected light like glass. Around its circumference, 12 circular recesses were evenly distributed, each bearing a symbol that didn't belong to any known language. When researchers attempted to document the inscriptions, they noticed something bizarre. The symbols appeared to shift subtly under changing light, as though reacting to observation itself. Photographs captured one sequence of markings, while human eyes reported another. Specialists in optical illusion tried to explain it as a trick of mineral crystallization, but no such patterns are known to form naturally. Beneath the basalt slab was a second layer, a metallic lock fused seamlessly into the stone. Metallurgical tests were allowed, revealed traces of an alloy that did not match any known historical metallurgy. It contained elements and combinations that shouldn't exist in pre-industrial periods. Hints of titanium and iridium bonded in ratios suggesting high-temperature fusion. Such a feat should have required furnaces reaching over 2,000 degrees Celsius. Yet this chamber predated such technologies by millennia. Who could have created such a lock? More disturbingly, why? As engineers attempted to model the mechanism digitally, they discovered something else. The locking rings aligned according to harmonic frequencies. When struck gently with a tuning rod, each ring emitted a precise tone. Combined together, they formed a musical scale, one that corresponded to ancient harmonic ratios known in sacred geometry. Was the door designed to open not with tools, but with sound? Some theorists propose that specific vibrational frequencies could trigger hidden mechanisms, a technology long rumored in myths of resonant architecture. But the warnings etched upon the inner edge were unmistakable. Translations varied, yet all pointed toward one idea. This was no treasure vault or royal tomb. It was a containment. The carvings told of light that devours light and voices that do not die. One fragment, crudely etched over the original inscriptions, seemed to have been added later, perhaps by those who resealed it. To open is to remember. To remember is to awaken. Attempts to tamper with the lock brought unease. Workers reported hearing faint hums emanating from the stone, almost like a low electrical current. Instruments malfunctioned near the threshold. Compasses spun erratically, and batteries drained without explanation. A thermal scan revealed alternating hot and cold patterns forming symmetrical shapes, as though the structure itself pulsed with energy. When the team tried to cut through a sample fragment, the diamond drill bit shattered instantly, the temperature of the contact point spiking inexplicably. The chief engineer, a veteran of numerous ancient site restorations, described the door as alive. He noted that it seemed to resonate with the human body's proximity. Vibrations increased when multiple people stood close. Several workers refused to return after reporting dizziness, nausea, and sudden nosebleeds. Scientists dismissed it as psychological stress, yet the correlation was undeniable. Something about the lock was interacting with the environment, and perhaps with consciousness itself. Legends from local oral history echoed these warnings. The chamber was said to be guarded by the Silent Watchers, entities bound to protect what lay within. The elders recounted that long ago, priests used chants, tones of specific pitch, to calm the stone when performing rituals nearby. Without those chants, it was said, the earth itself would rebel. It was difficult for modern experts to take such myths seriously, yet they could not explain why the locking system seemed to respond to frequencies rather than force. After months of failed mechanical attempts, the team decided to test a hypothesis. Using controlled sound waves based on the chamber's harmonic pattern, They played sequences of tones at different frequencies. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened. Then, instruments detected a vibration deep within the wall, faint, rhythmic, and intelligent in pattern. It lasted precisely 72 seconds before ceasing altogether. The vibration corresponded exactly to the same numerical pattern found in ancient texts referencing the cycle of rebirth. The coincidence was impossible to ignore. Government representatives overseeing the excavation abruptly halted the experiment and confiscated the audio data. All recordings of the sound test vanished from archives within weeks. When reporters questioned the lead researchers, they gave conflicting statements, some claiming the experiment was inconclusive, others refusing to comment at all. What terrified those present wasn't the vibration itself, but what followed. The faint sound of movement from beyond the sealed wall, a sound captured only once, a slow, deliberate echo that no one could explain. Afterward, the chamber was resealed temporarily. Officials insisted the site was too unstable for further excavation, but to those who had witnessed it, the reason was far more chilling. They believed that the lock had not merely guarded the entrance, it had contained something aware of their intrusion. The ancient mechanism had been built not to withstand time, but to ensure that whatever slept behind it remained untouched. The lock that defied centuries was more than a masterpiece of forgotten engineering. It was a warning in solid form, a message from a civilization that understood both creation and consequence. To open it was not just to uncover history, but to challenge the boundaries between the known and the forbidden. And now that the first resonance had been triggered, it seemed the door was no longer entirely still. Something inside had heard. The serpent entwined on the staff of Hermes, the caduceus, survives as a symbol of medicine, the science of life and healing. Ancient carvings and artifacts from around the world depict figures holding what appeared to be DNA strands, pine cones, symbols of the pineal gland, or strange devices resembling laboratory tools. In Assyrian reliefs, gods carry small objects called mystery bags, identical in form across Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even the carvings of pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. These are always shown beside the tree of life, perhaps instruments of genetic manipulation or containers of divine essence. The myth of Prometheus offers another variation. He defied the gods to give fire, symbolic of knowledge and technology, to humanity, for which he was punished eternally. In esoteric tradition, Prometheus was not a rebel but a benefactor, an intermediary between the gods and men. He represents the same archetype as Enki, Thoth, and Quetzalcoatl, the genetic engineers or teachers of humanity. Each brought forbidden knowledge and was exiled or condemned for it. The pattern is unmistakable. A race of advanced beings grants humanity the spark of consciousness, only to be erased or vilified by later powers. In recent decades, researchers have uncovered anomalies that lend weight to these myths. Mitochondrial DNA studies show that all humans trace their maternal lineage to a single ancestor, mitochondrial Eve, who lived roughly 200,000 years ago. Yet there is no clear reason why this specific lineage should have survived while others vanished. Some theorists propose that this was not random but deliberate, the genetic reboot of humanity after a failed experiment. The timing matches a Sumerian account of the Anunnaki's creation of mankind. Even ancient skeletons defy explanation. The elongated skulls of Paracas, Peru, the giant bones unearthed in North America, the hybrid humanoid remains found in the Caucasus and the Altai Mountains, all hint at genetic diversity that modern science prefers to ignore. Mainstream archaeology calls them deformities or anomalies, but legends call them by name. The Nephilim, the Titans, the children of the gods. What the fall of man was not moral corruption, but the loss of memory, the separation from our creators. If ancient geneticists once uplifted humanity, their disappearance would have left our species orphaned, struggling to recall its origins. The myths of paradise lost, of exile, of divine punishment, all could be allegories for the moment our connection to those higher beings was severed. The implications are staggering. It means that the human race may not be the product of random evolution, but the result of a cosmic act of engineering, perhaps even part of an ongoing experiment. The forbidden books of old, Enoch Jasher, the Nag Hammadi texts, allude to the same conclusion. That knowledge of our creation was once common, then deliberately erased. The war in heaven, the the fall of the angels, and the destruction of Atlantis may have all been attempts to control or conceal the misuse of genetic power. And if this is true, then what is our destiny? Are we still evolving under unseen guidance? Are the anomalies in our DNA, the junk genes scientists cannot decode, dormant keys waiting to be reactivated? Many esoteric teachings say yes. They claim that within us lies a dormant potential, the divine genome, that, once awakened, can restore our original state of consciousness. The rising of Kundalini, the opening of the third eye, the alchemical great work, all describe this reactivation in spiritual terms. Perhaps that is a true meaning of the ancient warning. Know thyself. To know ourselves fully is to rediscover the truth of our creation. To remember that we are the descendants of gods, not slaves of chance. Our DNA, like the pyramids and the stars, carries a message, a blueprint left by those who shaped us. Modern science continues to search the stars for signs of intelligent life, yet the evidence may already be within us, coded into the very cells that make us human. Every heartbeat, every thought, every strand of DNA sings a silent hymn to our creators. The question is no longer whether they existed, but whether we are ready to remember them. For when we do, the walls of history will crumble and humanity will stand once more before the mirror of its true origin. Not as a fallen species, but as the children of the stars, waking at last from a very long dream. When engineers and archaeologists finally examined the construction of the chamber in detail, it became immediately clear that what they were facing was far beyond the limits of ancient craftsmanship as we understand it. Every measurement, every alignment, every block of stone defied the expectations of the era to which it supposedly belonged. The precision was almost digital, as though the builders had access to laser-level technology long before electricity was even conceived. No mortar was visible between the seams, and yet the joints were so tight that not even a razor blade could slip between them. When laser scans mapped the inner structure, they found the angles were not random but built on complex geometric ratios consistent with principles of advanced physics, principles humanity only rediscovered in the last century. The team studying the structure could not explain how such precision was achieved with primitive tools. The composition of the blocks themselves added to the enigma. Some were carved from a granite so dense that modern diamond-tipped drills dulled within minutes of contact. Yet the surfaces showed signs of machining, smooth, curved edges that seemed shaped by high-speed rotary equipment. Petrographic analysis revealed micro-scorch marks consistent with cutting temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. These readings contradicted everything we know about the technology available to the builders' supposed era. When researchers tried to replicate the techniques using contemporary methods, they failed. Even the most sophisticated industrial equipment produced inconsistencies and tool marks. But the chamber's walls were flawless. This level of mastery wasn't just advanced. It was otherworldly. One scientist quietly suggested that the stone might have been softened using an unknown chemical or vibrational process before being molded and solidified. His peers dismissed the idea publicly, but off record, many admitted the evidence leaned towards something far more sophisticated than chisel and hammer. The more they studied, the deeper the mystery grew. The chamber's architecture appeared to merge aesthetics, acoustics, and function in perfect harmony. Sound tests revealed that certain frequencies resonated throughout the walls, producing standing waves that amplified in specific areas. When a tone was struck at 111 Hz, the entire chamber seemed to hum in response, creating a sensation of vibration that could be felt in the bones. Ancient texts from various cultures described temples that sang, structures that used sound to alter consciousness or open communication with the divine. Could this chamber have been one of them? Further analysis revealed an even stranger phenomenon. When electromagnetic sensors were placed near the walls, they detected faint but consistent energy signatures, rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat, cycling every 42 seconds. No external sources could account for it. The readings were not natural, not geological, and certainly not residual from modern interference. It was as though the very structure was alive, still functioning on some level, maintaining a dormant system activated by principles we no longer understand. The geometric alignment of the chamber also defied coincidence. Its orientation corresponded exactly to key celestial markers, the rising of Sirius, the winter solstice sun, and the precession of equinoxes. These alignments were mathematically perfect within a fraction of a degree. To achieve such accuracy would require advanced astronomical knowledge supposedly absent from the culture attributed to the site. When the data was compared with other megalithic structures across the world, patterns began to emerge. The same alignments appeared in Egypt, Peru, and Turkey. It was as if ancient builders across continents had followed a shared blueprint, one connected to the heavens rather than the earth. Even more astonishing was the discovery of internal voids, cavities deliberately carved within the structure that acted as acoustic chambers. Their shape and placement amplified specific frequencies, while canceling others, similar to how modern sound studios are designed. The possibility that this was an ancient form of frequency technology became impossible to ignore. Could the builders have used vibration not only for ceremonial purposes, but as a form of energy manipulation, perhaps even to move or shape the stones themselves? Some physicists speculated that sound could have been used to counteract gravity in localized zones, an idea hinted at in legends of floating stones and singing construction. The deeper the team delved, the more they realized they were standing in the presence of an intelligence that understood the laws of nature on a level we are only beginning to rediscover. Every inch of the structure suggested purpose. Not art, not symbolism, but design. The walls were slightly curved in a way that redirected airflow, maintaining stable temperature and humidity levels. The floor's gradient corresponded to pressure equalization ratios found in modern ventilation systems. The structure, sealed for millennia, was self-sustaining, an engineering miracle built long before the invention of modern mechanics. Yet, for all its brilliance, one question overshadowed every discovery. Why had it been sealed so deliberately? Why go to such extraordinary lengths to build something so enduring, only to hide it from the world? Some propose that it served as a time capsule, preserving knowledge for future generations. Others believe it was a containment, a prison, perhaps for something dangerous or sacred. In many ancient cultures, perfection of form was linked not to vanity, but to protection. The more precise a seal, the stronger its power to hold what lay within. The inscriptions found near the entrance offered unsettling clues. One fragment read, "The builders made no error, for error invites a storm." Another, translated roughly from a nearly lost dialect, stated, "To bind the light, one must master the sound." These statements, poetic as they seemed, took on new meaning in light of the chamber's acoustical and energetic properties. It suggested that the ancients had a grasp of physics intertwined with spirituality, a synthesis of science and mysticism that modern civilization has long separated. As the research progressed, skeptics began to falter. Every new discovery deepened the sense that the chamber was not a product of a primitive culture, but a fragment of a forgotten epoch, one where knowledge, energy, and geometry were part of a unified science. The air within the site felt charged, as though the stones themselves held memory. And in the quiet moments, some researchers confessed to feeling watched, not by people, but by the structure itself. By the time the survey concluded, the team's reports painted a picture not of ancient construction, but of technology disguised as architecture. The chamber was not merely built. It was engineered, a perfect fusion of art, energy, and cosmic design. Yet no one could explain how or why. The blueprints of its creation, like the hands that built it, had vanished into the abyss of forgotten time. And so, the chamber remained, silent, sealed, and impossible, a monument to a civilization that should not have existed, a civilization whose understanding of the universe outpaced our own by thousands of years. It stood as both marvel and warning, proof that the line between science and the sacred had once been blurred, and that perhaps it was never meant to be separated at all. When the team first examined the inscriptions etched across the outer surface of the chamber's seal, they expected to find ritual markings, perhaps dedications to forgotten deities or the usual funerary prayers common to ancient tombs. What they encountered instead left even the most seasoned epigraphers speechless. The symbols were not from any known script, yet they carried an undeniable order, as if part of precise mathematical language rather than simple art. The carvings flowed in continuous spirals, winding inward toward a central glyph, a symbol resembling an eye enclosed in a pattern of concentric waves. Each stroke seemed purposeful, calculated. The lines were so fine and deeply engraved that magnification revealed microscopic etching. Smaller patterns within patterns, like a code hidden inside a code. At first glance, the language appeared alien, but when the carvings were digitally scanned and enhanced, a startling correlation emerged. Portions of the script matched geometric principles found in sacred symbols across the world. The flower of life, the Sri Yantra, the Eye of Ra, and even Mayan calendar glyphs. It was as though the same universal pattern language had resurfaced across epochs and continents, encoded here in its purest form. One researcher described it as geometry turned into language, a syntax of the cosmos itself. When linguistic analysis began, the inscriptions seemed to respond to both mathematical and phonetic structures simultaneously. Each glyph corresponded to a numeric value, and when those values were mapped, they formed harmonic ratios identical to frequencies used in ancient musical scales. The discovery suggested that the inscriptions were not just meant to be read, they were meant to be heard. Some scientists theorized that the text might represent vibrational instructions, the kind used in resonance-based technology or sacred chanting. The possibility that these markings formed part of an ancient activation mechanism, a kind of sound-based encryption, began to take shape. Yet, beyond the mathematics lay something even more haunting. When parts of the script were translated phonetically, the results were chillingly familiar. They seemed to reference those who came before, the watchers of the deep, and the gate that sleeps beneath the sun. Phrases recurred in different sections, almost like a refrain. To speak the words is to wake the light. The phrase echoed myths from countless civilizations. Stories of sealed chambers where divine beings or cosmic forces rested, bound by sacred words that only the pure could pronounce. One panel of the chamber bore a sequence of pictographs depicting elongated figures holding rods of light. These beings were arranged around what appeared to be a sphere suspended in air. Rays emanated from the sphere toward the figures' foreheads, suggesting communication or enlightenment. The imagery mirrored carvings found in Egyptian temples, Sumerian reliefs, and pre-Columbian art, always showing the same connection between human and celestial intelligences. Could it be that these were depictions of the builders themselves or of their teachers? The team's lead epigrapher, Dr. Mara Silen, noted an unusual characteristic. The glyphs emitted faint luminescence when exposed to infrared light. It wasn't paint or mineral fluorescence. The glow came from within the grooves themselves, as if some residual energy remained trapped in the stone. Spectrographic analysis showed trace elements of thorium and quartz, materials capable of energy storage. Dr. Silen suggested that the ancients might have embedded energy-reactive materials into the inscriptions intentionally, turning the language into both message and mechanism. Her proposal was dismissed by some as pseudoscience, but others found the idea disturbingly plausible. As decoding continued, the inscriptions began to form what appeared to be a narrative, not mythological but historical. It spoke of a cataclysm, a falling sky, the burning sea, and a veil drawn over memory. The text described how the wise one sealed the light beneath the world to preserve the balance. That phrase, sealed the light, repeated throughout the chamber, hinting that whatever lay within was not merely physical treasure but knowledge, or perhaps an entity of immense power. The implication was staggering, that this chamber might have been built as both sanctuary and prison. Further translations hinted at a prophecy. According to the glyphs, the seal would weaken when the sun and the shadow share the same path, a poetic description scholars interpreted as a solar eclipse. Records showed that a total eclipse had passed directly over the region only a few years before the chamber was rediscovered. The timing seemed too perfect to dismiss as coincidence. Had the chamber revealed itself because a cosmic cycle had reached its appointed moment? As researchers examined the inner seals, they found even stranger markings, spirals that seemed to encode mathematical constants. One section contained an approximation of pi-accurate to 15 decimal places. Another displayed the golden ratio, and yet another matched the orbital ratios of Earth and Venus. Whoever inscribed these symbols possessed astronomical knowledge far beyond what ancient civilizations are credited with. Either the builders had access to advanced science, or they had inherited it from a source far older than recorded history. The deeper meanings of the glyphs began to divide the team. Some saw the language as a record of a forgotten civilization's science, a kind of blueprint for manipulating energy through sound and geometry. Others warned that it was a containment script, that decoding it might undo the very seal it was designed to protect. Dr. Silent herself wrote in her final field notes, "These symbols do not simply describe. They do. They are not text. They are function." That note was written the night before she vanished. According to colleagues, she left her tent to examine the chamber alone around midnight, carrying only a handheld light and her recorder. When the team found her equipment the next morning, the recorder had captured a faint humming sound, steady, rhythmic, and rising in pitch, followed by an abrupt silence. She was never seen again. Authorities claimed she had fallen into a fissure during a minor landslide, but no remains were recovered after her disappearance. All research on the inscriptions was abruptly classified. The official statement claimed the symbols were undecipherable, but those who had seen them firsthand whispered otherwise. They said the language was not lost. It was hidden on purpose, locked behind a veil of time to prevent humanity from reading something it was not yet ready to understand. In the end, the language of the seals told more than one story. It was both scripture and system, a fusion of science, myth, and metaphysics. A message written not for people of its time, but for those who would one day dare to unseal the chamber. And buried within that cryptic code was a warning repeated across every surface. The door is a mirror. To open it is to look upon yourself. Archaeology has always walked a narrow line between discovery and restriction, between what the world is allowed to know and what must remain buried. When the existence of the sealed chamber began to spread quietly through research circles, it became immediately entangled in this eternal tension. On the surface, archaeology presents itself as a pursuit of truth, but beneath its academic veneer lies a hidden hierarchy. Institutions, religious bodies, and private sponsors that decide which truths are permissible. The chamber challenged all of them. It did not fit within any existing framework of human history. It whispered of an age and intelligence that predated accepted civilization, a concept that could rewrite the very origin of mankind. And that is precisely what made it forbidden. In the early days, when word of the chamber reached international committees, the reaction was swift and severe. Funding for the project was frozen. Permits were withdrawn under the guise of cultural preservation, and several key researchers found themselves suddenly reassigned or their credentials revoked. The official reason? Non-compliance with preservation protocols. But those close to the investigation spoke differently. They said quiet orders came from higher up, ministries, foundations, even clerical offices tied to powerful religious authorities. The chamber, they were told, contained objects and inscriptions that contradicted established doctrine. Those words alone sealed its fate. To understand why, one must look at the long history of suppression in archaeology. There have always been discoveries that were never meant to surface. Skeletons too old, artifacts too advanced, maps that suggested lost continents, or texts that spoke of gods descending from the stars. Each time, official narratives buried them under bureaucracy and denial. The sealed chamber was a culmination of all those buried stories, a tangible challenge to both science and faith. For it were open, and if the myths inscribed upon its walls proved true, humanity would be forced to confront the possibility that it was not the first advanced civilization to walk the earth. Archaeologists at the site reported being warned to avoid speculation in their documentation. They were told to omit references to anything inconsistent with accepted cultural timelines. When one junior researcher mentioned in an email that the structure seemed to predate the surrounding ruins by thousands of years, she was immediately removed from the project. A confidentiality order followed, prohibiting all public statements. Even the photographs taken during excavation began disappearing from shared databases. It became clear that the truth was not being protected for scholarly reasons. It was being controlled, but control breeds resistance. In secret, several members of the original excavation began sharing their notes with independent researchers. They spoke of a pattern of suppression that extended beyond their site. Similar sealed structures have been found in Egypt, Turkey, and South America, each under the jurisdiction of different governments, yet all exhibiting the same outcome: denial, restriction, and eventual disappearance from the public record. Some called it coincidence. Others saw coordination. a global effort to conceal a shared past. What made the chamber particularly threatening was not just its age, but its message. Preliminary translations of its inscriptions hinted at knowledge that blurred the line between myth and technology. Descriptions of forces harnessed through sound, of light made solid, and of machines that breathed the sky. Such language could be dismissed as poetic metaphor, but within the chamber's architecture, those metaphors took on material form. The seals themselves functioned like circuits, and the carvings mirrored principles of electromagnetism. To admit that such sophistication existed in prehistory would not merely expand the timeline, it would collapse it. Religious institutions had their own reason for concern. The chamber's inscriptions reference beings that were neither gods nor men, entities who descended when the world was young and sealed themselves within the earth to await the next dawn. These stories echoed across ancient mythologies: the Nephilim, the Apkallu, the Shining Ones. But here they were presented not as legend, but as record. For theologians, this blurred the boundary between divine revelation and ancient technology. If the chamber's contents prove that the gods of old were something else, visitors, architects, or survivors, it would shatter centuries of dogma. Within academia, too, the stakes were high. To acknowledge the chamber's implications would demand rewriting textbooks, reevaluating entire fields of anthropology and history. Careers built upon established timelines would crumble. And so, silence became the safer path. Grants disappeared. Professors recanted. Peer-reviewed journals rejected any mention of the site. The same pattern repeated, as it had countless times before. The Forbidden Chamber joined a long lineage of inconvenient discoveries, locked away in archives that few would ever see. Still, not all bowed to censorship. A small network of independent scholars continued to analyze leaked fragments. They compared the chamber geometry with other ancient sites, finding impossible alignments across continents. One physicist discovered that the ratios of the chamber's dimensions corresponded to harmonic frequencies tied to planetary orbits, a cosmic resonance linking Earth to the stars. Another researcher proposed that the structure itself was a form of storage, not of objects, but of information encoded within the very lattice of the stone. These theories, though unorthodox, gained quiet traction in underground circles of alternative science. Yet with every whisper of revelation came renewed suppression. Websites hosting leaked documents were taken down within hours. Social media accounts vanished. Journalists who pursued the story found themselves facing defamation suits or sudden security concerns. The phrase national interest became the weapon of choice, invoked to justify silence under the cloak of protection. The more the establishment insisted there was nothing to hide, the more obvious it became that something was. Even within the archaeological community, a shift occurred, an unspoken understanding that certain questions should not be asked. Those who had seen the chamber firsthand carried an air of quiet dread, as if they had glimpsed something vast and unsettling, something that refused to fit inside human comprehension. They spoke of an invisible boundary between knowledge and transgression, one that mankind crossed at its peril. When archaeology meets the forbidden, it ceases to be about stone and relics. It becomes a confrontation with power, the power to define history, to decide what humanity is allowed to remember. The sealed chamber was no longer just an archaeological site. It was a battlefield between curiosity and control. Its existence forced a choice upon those who discovered it, to preserve the truth or to protect the illusion. And as has so often been the case throughout human history, the illusion won, at least for now. But buried truths do not die. They wait. Every suppression leaves traces. Every secret leaves echoes. And somewhere beneath layers of earth and authority, the chamber still breathes, its walls whispering in frequencies too low for the deaf ears of bureaucracy to hear, waiting for the day when forbidden can no longer be contained. Beneath the temple's crumbling foundations, past corridors long swallowed by the earth, the chamber lay at the heart of a vast underground complex, a labyrinth of tunnels, sanctuaries, and sealed antechambers that appeared to stretch for miles. What had first been thought to be a simple burial vault was, in truth, part of something far greater, a network of sacred architecture woven directly into the land itself. This was not a random structure hidden beneath the surface. It was positioned with celestial precision. its foundations aligned with both the stars above and the veins of the earth below. It was as if the builders had sought not merely to construct a temple, but to anchor something cosmic within the world itself. When the site was mapped in full, researchers discovered that the chamber sat at the exact intersection of several ancient ley lines, invisible energy channels long spoken of in myth but dismissed by modern science. These lines connected the site to other monuments across continents, from distant pyramids to subterranean sanctuaries buried beneath mountains. The pattern was too perfect to be coincidence. Even the orientation of the chamber, 33 degrees east of true north, matched alignments found in megalithic structures across the globe. It seemed as though the ancients were working from a single, unified blueprint, guided by principles we have only begun to rediscover. Local legends describe the land as sacred long before the temple was built. Oral history spoke of a sleeping gate buried beneath the soil, a place where the heavens once touched the earth. Villagers avoided it, claiming that strange sounds rose from the ground during solstices, low tones like a great instrument resonating beneath their feet. When geologists conducted sound tests centuries later, they were startled to find natural harmonic frequencies echoing through the ground, frequencies that corresponded exactly with the resonant tones of the chamber's inner walls. It was as if the entire landscape had been tuned like a colossal instrument, the temple and the earth vibrating as one. Archaeologists began to suspect that this was no mere coincidence. The ancients had deliberately chosen this site because of its geologic and energetic properties. Deep beneath the bedrock, mineral formations of quartz and magnetite created powerful electromagnetic fields. The builders had carved the temple directly above this natural energy source and aligned it with the sky's own geometry, creating a bridge between Earth energy and cosmic resonance. Such precision implied not only advanced understanding of natural forces, but an intention, perhaps even a ritualistic one. The temple was not just a place of worship. It was a machine of stone, built to harness the living energy of the planet itself. As excavation deepened, researchers uncovered secondary chambers filled with strange carvings, spirals, stars, and lines that mirrored the constellations visible during ancient solstices. One chamber ceiling, polished to a reflective sheen, was embedded with flecks of crystalline material that shimmered when light touched them, forming a perfect map of the night sky thousands of years ago. When computer simulations reconstructed the star positions, the alignment corresponded not to the present, but to a date roughly 12,500 years in the past. Around the same time, legends across the world speak of a great flood and the fall of lost civilizations. But what startled scientists most was the discovery of magnetic anomalies emanating from beneath the sealed chamber itself. Instruments detected subtle but consistent pulses, rhythmic like a heartbeat, synchronized with fluctuations in the Earth's geomagnetic field. Every reading suggested the same conclusion. Something within the chamber was generating or interacting with energy, yet no known natural source could account for patterns. When the data was cross-referenced with ancient astronomical cycles, the pulse frequency matched the exact period of the precessional wobble of the Earth's axis, a cosmic rhythm encoded in architecture, as though the chamber itself was designed to keep time with the movement of the heavens. Some began to theorize that the temple served as a kind of anchor, a stabilizing point for energy or knowledge that had to remain grounded. Ancient texts from neighboring cultures seemed to support this idea. They spoke of the pillars of the world, sacred places built where the currents of the earth flow strongest. These sites were said to be both powerful and dangerous, capable of connecting the living world with the hidden realms below. The sealed chamber, then, may not have been a tomb at all, but a gate, one that once opened, could bridge worlds that were never meant to meet again. As these revelations unfolded, resistance from official channels intensified. Access to the deeper passages was restricted under the justification of safety concerns, though no geological instability was found. Those who managed to enter before the closure described sensations of overwhelming pressure, disorientation, and even auditory hallucinations, whispers echoing from the stone itself. A few claimed that when they stood in certain parts of the passage, their body hair rose as though charged with static, and their compasses spun wildly. The walls, they said, hummed like the air before a storm. When electromagnetic readings were taken, the results confirmed their accounts. The site emitted frequencies within the ELF, extremely low frequency, range, the same range used in brain wave patterns and communication systems. This discovery gave rise to chilling speculation. Could the temple, or whatever lay beneath it, be capable of interacting with consciousness itself? Ancient rituals performed here may not have been symbolic. They might have been technological acts disguised as religion, using human thought and resonance to activate or communicate with something deep below. The surrounding landscape added further intrigue. Monolithic stones scattered across the valley formed a geometric pattern that, when plotted, revealed a perfect spiral converging toward the chamber's entrance. Some of these stones were carved with figures of human-like beings holding discs or spheres. In myths, these beings were called the guardians below, said to have built the temple as both sanctuary and seal. Their presence in myth, architecture, and even orientation suggested continuity, as if an ancient order had protected this place across generations. As night fell, the site transformed. The wind moving through the tunnels created haunting tones, like flutes in the dark. Local priests once called these sounds the breath of the old gods. Modern scientists simply recorded them as resonance phenomena. Yet even the skeptics felt the uncanny weight of the place, as though every sound, every vibration, was part of a living network that connected not just stone and soil, but memory itself. The deeper truth began to crystallize. The secrets beneath sacred ground were never random. The ancients didn't build their temples upon holy land. They made the land holy through geometry, sound, and intent. Each site was part of a global lattice, a web of energy and meaning linking humanity to something greater, something the modern world had forgotten. And the sealed chamber, resting at the very heart of this network, was more than an archaeological mystery. It was a keystone of a forgotten world, a message from a civilization that knew how to shape not only matter, but the very forces that bind reality. It is said that the earth remembers everything. Every vibration, every sound, every prayer whispered into the soil. Perhaps this is why the chamber remains alive, pulsing faintly in the dark, waiting for a moment when the stars align again and the sacred geometry once more hums in harmony with the heavens. And when that moment comes, what awakens beneath the sacred ground may not be just history. It may be the return of something humanity was never meant to disturb. Throughout history, every civilization that built monuments of impossible perfection also left behind the legend of their protectors, beings or orders sworn to guard the threshold between humanity and the unknown. The sealed chamber was no exception. Long before modern excavators uncovered its existence, the surrounding region whispered of its watchers, an unbroken lineage of guardians who had lived and died to ensure that no one would disturb what slept beneath. These were not mere myths meant to scare the superstitious. Their presence was recorded in temple carvings, royal decrees, and even colonial journals from explorers who claimed to have met them. The guardians of the hidden past, as they came to be known, were as real as the stone that concealed the chamber, a brotherhood of secrecy older than nations, bound by an oath passed from generation to generation. According to regional folklore, the order originated in an age when God still walked among men. The first guardians were said to be chosen by the builders of the light, those mysterious architects who had created the chamber itself. Their duty was not to protect treasure, but to protect mankind, to keep humanity safe from the knowledge locked within. For what lies below, an ancient manuscript warned, is not meant for the hearts of the living. The same sentiment reappears in texts across continents, in Sumerian tablets describing the Apkallu, in Indian Vedas speaking of the Nagas beneath the world, and in medieval secret orders claiming descent from the Keepers of the Dawn. All point to a single global truth, that there have always been those who guard the forbidden. When Western explorers first reached the region centuries ago, they noted strange encounters with reclusive priests who refused to discuss the subterranean ruins. In 1817, a missionary named Father Albrecht wrote in his diary of men cloaked in white who emerged from the hills at night, leaving offerings near the old temple. He described them as solemn and silent, their faces obscured, carrying staffs engraved with sigils that glowed faintly under moonlight. When he attempted to approach, they vanished without a sound. His guide refused to pursue, warning him that to interrupt their ritual was to invite death. Days later, the missionary fell ill with fever and died before reaching the coast. His final entry, written in a trembling hand, read, "The ground beneath the temple breathes, and those who guard it do not age." Modern scholars, too, have brushed against the traces of this order. During the first authorized excavation in the early 20th century, researchers uncovered sealed clay jars containing fragments of scrolls written in an undecipherable script. One passage, translated loosely, read, "The keepers know the 7 names that bind the darkness. When the 7th tongue is spoken, the world will see again the light it forgot." The scrolls were quickly confiscated by colonial authorities and have never resurfaced. Those who studied them reported being warned not to publicize their findings, as the content was deemed spiritually sensitive. Local families in the region still claim descent from these guardians. In interviews recorded before the site was closed, an elderly villager told researchers that her great-grandfather was one of the Watchers. He had sworn an oath never to reveal the location of the sealed breath, as they called the chamber. When she was a child, she once saw him carve symbols into the earth during a storm, muttering words in a language she could not recognize. She asked what he was doing. He replied, feeding the seal, "The earth must remember its promise." That was the last time she saw him. He vanished days later, and his hut was found empty except for a circle of stones arranged like an eye, filled with ash. The guardians were not always human, or so the stories insist. Some texts describe them as the unchanged, beings who dwell between worlds, neither alive nor dead. In certain paintings found near the temple, tall, elongated figures stand behind kneeling humans, their hands raised as a commanding energy. The proportions of these figures, long arms, narrow heads, and glowing eyes, are unlike any known depiction of man or God in the region. Radiocarbon dating placed the pigments thousands of years older than the surrounding architecture. The implication was unnerving. The guardians, whatever they were, predated even the civilization that built the chamber. Every attempt to study the order's surviving traces has been met with inexplicable resistance. Researchers who try to access local monastery archives found documents missing. Artifacts believed to depict the guardians were quietly removed from museums and relocated to private collections. One curator who had photographed a statue showing a guardian figure holding a star-like device reported receiving anonymous messages urging him to destroy the negatives. When he refused, his home was broken into and the images stolen. He resigned from his position shortly thereafter, claiming that he was being followed. The mythology of the guardians extends beyond one culture. In South American traditions, they appear as the white teachers who retreated underground after the deluge. In Tibet, they are called the Lemurians, beings who watch the gates of Shambhala. In West Africa, oral history speaks of the sleepers beneath the red earth who guard the knowledge of stars. These seemingly unconnected legends describe the same pattern. Ancient protectors bound to seal places, ensuring that certain knowledge or certain entities never re-emerge. It is as though the planet itself has employed its own custodians, scattered across time and geography, to preserve a truth too dangerous to release. When modern archaeologists pressed local elders for more information, they met with polite silence. The guardians were not to be discussed. They see the Watchers as part of the landscape, one anthropologist noted. You don't talk about the mountains moving. You simply respect that they might. Yet, during a late-night interview, a young monk admitted something remarkable. He said that once every generation, a chosen member of his order was taken below the temple to perform a ceremony that renewed the seal of balance. The ritual involved chanting specific tones in the chamber's direction, tones later confirmed to match the resonant frequencies recorded by scientists. The connection between myth and measurable reality could no longer be ignored. A chilling discovery further deepened the mystery. In one of the sealed side corridors near the main vault, explorers found a stone sarcophagus carved with symbols identical to those seen on guardian relics. Inside was a skeleton unlike any known human species. The bones were longer, denser, and showed signs of both human and non-human traits. An elongated skull, additional vertebrae, and abnormally shaped eye sockets. The remains were quickly taken away by officials, and all mention of them was erased from the expedition logs. But one photograph survived, leaked years later. It showed a figure both human and alien, as if evolution had forked into an impossible form. Some now believe this was one of the original guardians, not a mythic priesthood, but a remnant of an older race that never truly vanished. The presence of these guardians, whether human or something beyond, changed the narrative of the chamber entirely. It was no longer simply a sealed artifact of lost architecture. It was a living covenant. The guardians represented continuity, the thread of knowledge connecting ancient builders to the modern age. They were the intermediaries, the keepers of the veil, ensuring that humanity's curiosity would never outpace its wisdom. But what happens when the chain of guardianship breaks? What if the last watchers fail or are forgotten? As the chamber seal weakens and the modern world encroaches with its machines and ambition, the old protections may no longer hold. The legends warn that when the guardians are gone, the earth itself will remember their absence. And when that happens, when the ancient promise is broken, what they once contained will awaken not in the ground, but in the hearts and minds of those who dare to seek the truth. For now, their symbols still linger, carved into stones, painted in temples, whispered in the wind. But if the guardians were truly appointed to protect humanity from the knowledge buried beneath sacred ground, then perhaps their disappearance is not just a loss. It is a warning. The sealed chamber remains untouched, but the eyes that once watched over it are fading. And in that silence, the old power begins to stir. There are discoveries that rewrite history, and then there are those that history refuses to acknowledge. The excavation of the sealed chamber fell into the latter category, a dig that, on record, never happened. Officially, there was no such operation, no entry team, no data, no footage. And yet, within the circles of those who were there, the story persisted, told in whispers, fragmented confessions, and erased documents that somehow survived long enough to prove that, for a moment in time, the chamber was indeed opened. This is a tale of the excavation that never happened officially, and the terrifying implications of what it revealed. The authorization came under the pretense of a cultural preservation project, a collaboration between government archaeologists and a private consortium known only by its acronym, LUX. Publicly, their goal was to stabilize the temple ruins. Privately, their mission was singular: access the sealed vault that had been the subject of speculation for decades. The operation began in complete secrecy, conducted at night with minimal personnel. No press, no witnesses. Workers were told they were assisting in seismic testing, unaware that the equipment they were installing was, in fact, part of a highly specialized breach system, a rig designed to remove the outer seal without leaving visible damage. For the first 48 hours, everything went according to plan. The air was still, the instruments steady. But then, strange phenomena began to unfold. One by one, devices started to fail. Sensors, cameras, even the headlamps of the workers flickered out in unison. Magnetic readings spiked inexplicably. It was as if the chamber itself was resisting intrusion. An engineer later described a sensation of pressure in the air, like standing in the path of an unseen force. When they tried to recalibrate their instruments, every device displayed the same message: signal interference detected, unknown source. The power fluctuations became so severe that the team was forced to pause operations. That night, a technician stationed near the main gate swore he heard rhythmic tapping coming from within the stone. Not random noise, but a pattern. 3 slow knocks. Silence. Then 3 more. When he recorded the sound and played it back, nothing was audible on the tape. Yet everyone in the chamber claimed to have heard it. Some believed it was a seismic echo. Others weren't so sure. On the 3rd night, the drilling began. The process was painstaking. Controlled microabrasion meant to peel away the basalt layers without fracturing the underlying structure. Each removed layer revealed deeper complexity: embedded metal veins, geometric etchings, and sections that appeared fused together as if melted from the inside. The material defied explanation. Tests conducted on small samples showed a molecular lattice unlike anything found in natural rock. It behaved almost like engineered composite, resilient, semiconductive, and self-repairing when exposed to heat. After nearly 70 hours of uninterrupted work, the breach team reached what appeared to be the final barrier, a thin metallic membrane, perfectly smooth and cold to the touch. Unlike the stone before it, this layer seemed to vibrate faintly when approached. When one worker placed his palm on it, his wristwatch stopped instantly, its mechanism magnetized beyond recovery. The temperature dropped sharply, causing condensation to form in the air. The project supervisor ordered all non-essential personnel to evacuate while a smaller crew continued with controlled cutting. It was then that the first anomalies were reported. One of the crew members began to feel disoriented, claiming to hear low-frequency sounds inside his head. Others experienced vertigo and nausea. The lead engineer noticed that their monitoring screens, previously filled with static, now displayed irregular pulses of light, as though responding to something deeper within the chamber. The pulse was steady, like a heartbeat, repeating every 42 seconds. When they overlaid the waveform of the site's magnetic field fluctuations, the two matched perfectly. Despite the warnings, the breach continued. At 3:14 a.m., the membrane finally gave way. What followed was described in one surviving log entry as a soundless burst of air like an exhalation. The pressure equalized instantly, but the temperature in the tunnel plummeted. Frost appeared on the walls. The air carried a faint metallic scent, sterile yet ancient, as if untouched for millennia. The team switched on high-intensity floodlights and pointed them into the newly opened passage. What they saw was impossible to describe in ordinary archaeological terms. The chamber beyond was not filled with debris or decay, but perfectly preserved. Its walls were black stone, polished to a mirror finish. Geometric lines crisscrossed its surface, glowing faintly like embers under glass. The air shimmered as though thick with static electricity. In the center stood an elevated platform, and upon it, a sarcophagus-shaped object, but not of stone. It was metallic, smooth, and featureless, except for a single indentation resembling the same watching eye symbol carved above the entrance. The team hesitated. None dared to approach. Instruments recorded a measurable hum emanating from the object, a frequency outside the human auditory range. Then, without warning, the floodlights dimmed. Backup generators failed. For a moment, absolute darkness consumed the chamber. In that darkness, several members later reported hearing something, not noise, but whispering, words they couldn't understand, resonating directly inside their skulls. When the lights flickered back on, one of the workers was gone. Search teams combed the tunnel for hours, but there was no trace, no footprints, no sign of struggle, no hole he could have fallen into. His name was omitted from official records. The surviving team was ordered to withdraw immediately. Within 24 hours, all excavation activity ceased. The tunnel was refilled, the site sealed, and every piece of documentation was confiscated by the overseeing agency. Within a week, the company LUX dissolved entirely. No official statement was ever released. Those who participated were bound by non-disclosure agreements under threat of imprisonment. A few ignored the warning. One member anonymously contacted a journalist, providing fragments of video and photographs, grainy, distorted, but unmistakably real. The footage showed the inner chamber illuminated for only seconds before blackout. The central object shimmered faintly, as if alive. Then the video cut to static. The journalist who received the files disappeared a week later. The data was scrubbed from the internet within hours of its brief appearance. Official channels denied everything. The government issued a statement claiming that no excavation had occurred and that reports circulating online are fabricated. The area was fenced off, declared geologically unstable, and placed under permanent monitoring by a heritage protection team. Satellite imagery of the region was later found to have been digitally altered. The excavation site replaced with seamless terrain. It was as though the ground had never been touched. But not everyone stayed silent. In underground forums and encrypted networks, fragments of testimony began to circulate. Former workers described vivid nightmares, recurring visions of the chamber, and a strange compulsion to return. One claimed that since the excavation, he could sense electromagnetic changes before storms. Another reported that electronics in his home often flickered in rhythm with the same 42-second pulse they recorded at the site. Psychologists attributed these symptoms to trauma and suggestion, but the uniformity of their accounts defied coincidence. In time, a pattern emerged. The unofficial excavation seemed to have left an imprint, not just on land, but on those who entered it. The chamber, once opened, did not simply release air from a sealed tomb. It released something intangible, a frequency, a memory, a presence. And though the operation was erased from history, the consequences could not be buried. Now, decades later, only fragments of the story survive. A handful of photos, a corrupted data log, and the testimony of people who were forced to live with what they saw or heard in that impossible silence beneath the earth. The excavation that never happened is remembered only in whispers, yet those whispers persist, carried like static across the frequencies of time. Somewhere beneath the temple, the chamber still waits, resealed, hidden again under layers of bureaucracy and fear. But the earth remembers. It remembers the vibration, the intrusion, the breath of ancient air released into the world. And it remembers the moment when, for the first time in centuries, the silence of the sealed vault was broken and something deep within it woke up. What happened next would haunt every surviving member of the excavation team for the rest of their lives. In the weeks following the breach, the site began to behave in ways that defied logic. Phenomena so unexplainable that many believed the chamber itself had awakened. The first signs came quietly. A hum that seemed to linger even after all machinery had been shut down, a faint vibration beneath the earth that pulsed in steady intervals. At first, it was dismissed as residual seismic activity from the excavation. But then the instruments began to die. Every sensor deployed within 100 meters of the chamber malfunctioned. Power grids fluctuated unpredictably, batteries drained within minutes, and communication devices picked up strange bursts of static, patterns that repeated like coded messages. When technicians analyzed the interference, they discovered a recurring pulse at a frequency just below the threshold of human hearing, roughly 18 hertz. This particular frequency, known as a ghost tone, is infamous for inducing unease and hallucinations in those exposed to it for extended periods. Yet the readings were far too consistent to be accidental. Something beneath the earth was generating that signal deliberately, rhythmically, and it had started the moment the chamber was opened. The local villagers were the first to feel its presence. They complained of sleepless nights, headaches, and nightmares that all shared one detail: the sound of heavy breathing in the dark. Animals refused to go near the site. Birds avoided flying over it entirely. Electrical storms became unusually frequent in the area, though meteorologists reported no atmospheric reason for them. The most unsettling change was the silence. Even insects stopped chirping within a kilometer radius of the dig. Nature itself seemed to recoil. Inside the camp, the effects were more severe. One by one, the researchers began to fall ill. Their symptoms varied: nausea, vertigo, memory loss, but all shared the same underlying anomaly: elevated electromagnetic readings in their neural scans. It was as if their brains had become antennae, receiving signals from an unknown source. The medical team brought in to examine them found no physical cause. "It's like they're being reprogrammed," one doctor muttered before abruptly leaving the project. His replacement refused to set foot near the chamber, insisting that something down there is alive. Then came the night the instruments went silent. It was the 12th day after the breach. At precisely 2:17 a.m., every device within the research perimeter shut off simultaneously: cameras, recorders, lights, even analog equipment. Total blackout. For nearly 6 minutes, the camp was plunged into darkness. When power returned, chaos followed. The monitors, now flickering with static, displayed a single repeating image, not recorded by any camera, not captured by any known source. It was the image of the chamber's interior, illuminated by a dim, pulsing light, as if filmed from within. The frame showed the sealed sarcophagus-shaped object vibrating slightly, and then, for a fraction of a second, something like a shadow moved across the lens, a shape that did not belong to any of the researchers. The footage was immediately seized and classified, but some eyewitnesses later described that moment with trembling voices. They said the air itself had changed, heavy electric, almost liquid. The temperature dropped so fast that breath crystallized in midair. Those standing closest to the entrance heard what they called a sigh from the stone, a sound deep and resonant, not mechanical, not human, but unmistakably intentional. After that, nothing worked properly again. Instruments recorded constant electromagnetic interference. Audio recorders picked up low murmurs even when left unattended. Some devices, when played back, produced voices faint, distant, and fragmented. The words were indecipherable, but linguists later claimed that they resembled no known human language. One phrase, however, was clear enough to be heard repeatedly. It watches. The authorities overseeing the excavation attempted to dismiss these events as electrical faults and psychological stress. Yet reports leaked from the camp painted a different story. Several workers resigned abruptly, citing paranoia and hallucinations. One described seeing figures in the dust, silhouettes that vanished when approached. Another swore that he saw the metallic surface of the chamber ripple like water when the wind blew through the tunnels. Within 2 weeks, the entire excavation site was shut down, officially due to unstable ground conditions. But the truth was that the ground itself had begun to move, not from geological instability, but from vibration. The hum had grown stronger. In an attempt to understand what was happening, a small team of physicists was brought in secretly. Using magnetometers and ground-penetrating radar, they confirmed that an electromagnetic field was emanating from the chamber and spreading outward in perfect concentric waves. The strength of the field increased exponentially at night, peaking around 3 a.m. The same time strange lights were reported by locals hovering over the temple's ruins. The scientists documented everything, but when their report reached higher authorities, it vanished. They were told the readings were experimental noise. All future studies were banned. The final incident sealed the fate of the project. On the 19th night, the site security cameras captured a disturbance, lights flickering across the horizon, followed by a pulse that knocked out all electronics for a 10-mile radius. When systems rebooted, the main entrance tunnel had collapsed, not outward but inward, as though something had pulled it shut from below. The sensors buried in the soil recorded a shock wave that originated deep beneath the chamber, a single, massive vibration that then ceased completely. The hum stopped. The ground grew silent again. In the aftermath, the government moved quickly. The area was quarantined, the excavation erased from public record, and all personnel were ordered to sign permanent non-disclosure agreements. Those who refused found their careers abruptly ended. But silence could not erase memory. Survivors spoke of lingering side effects, distorted perception, recurring dreams of the chamber, and in some cases, physical changes in magnetoreception. Several individuals claimed they could feel electrical fields when approaching metal objects. One reported seeing flashes of light when closing his eyes, synchronized with a faint, inaudible rhythm, the same 18 Hz frequency recorded before the collapse. Years later, a handful of scientists who had participated confessed to colleagues in private that they believed the chamber was not merely a burial site, but a containment structure for something alive, or once alive, that communicated through resonance rather than words. They speculated that opening the chamber triggered a defense mechanism designed to silence any intrusion. It wasn't angry, one of them said. It was aware, and when it realized it had been found, it reminded us that we were being watched. After the instruments went silent, so did the world around the site. Officially, nothing unusual was ever found. But in the quiet of night, locals still claim to hear the low hum returning, faint but steady, as if the earth itself remembers. They say that sometimes when the wind passes over the old temple, it carries a single note, deep resonant and full of warning, the sound of something ancient, stirring once again beneath the ground. When the sealed chamber was finally breached, those present witnessed something so profoundly strange that it defied every known law of preservation, physics, and archaeology. What they found inside could not have survived the passage of time, and yet it had. The air was still, heavy, and unnaturally cold, as though it had been locked in another age and refused to mingle with the modern world. Dust should have blanketed everything, but there was none. The walls gleamed with a dark, mirror-like polish, reflecting the faint glow of their floodlights in distorted ripples. No decay, no erosion. The silence was absolute, a silence that pressed on the mind like weight, alive, intelligent, and listening. At the center of the chamber stood the object that would consume every researcher's sanity in the months to come. Resting upon a raised platform, it resembled a sarcophagus, but one far removed from any human design. Its contours were seamless, metallic yet soft, with surfaces that seemed to shift subtly when observed from different angles. When measured, its dimensions corresponded precisely to mathematical constants, phi, pi, and the golden ratio, repeated in fractal progression. It wasn't a coffin. It was an equation, written in metal and geometry. The air around it hummed faintly. Instruments recorded frequencies beyond human hearing, a low resonance that matched the same pulse detected before the breach. Radiation sensors detected nothing harmful, yet all analog devices malfunctioned in its presence. When a researcher approached within 3 meters, their wristwatch stopped. Another reported the overwhelming sensation of being watched, though there was no movement in the room. It was as if the object itself was aware, reacting not to light or sound, but to attention. As the team fanned out, they discovered inscriptions faintly carved into the surrounding floor, concentric spirals filled with glyphs matching those on the outer seals. These symbols seemed to radiate outward from the central structure, arranged with mathematical precision, like a coded interface. Linguists speculated that the pattern was not text, but instruction. The more they examined it, the clearer it became. The chamber wasn't a tomb. It was a mechanism, a construct designed to hold or regulate something. When they directed laser scanners at the object, the beams scattered unpredictably. The metal surface refracted light in impossible ways, bending it into curving paths. High-frequency ultrasound mapping revealed interior chambers that changed shape between scans, as if the inside were in flux, not fixed in space-time. It wasn't stable matter as we know it. It behaved more like a field, or perhaps a vessel suspended between two states of existence. One scientist noted that its physical dimensions were smaller inside than outside, an impossibility that suggested manipulation of spatial geometry. Then came the first contact. A small drone equipped with cameras and electromagnetic sensors was sent closer to take direct readings. As it approached, its feed began to distort, showing bursts of static interlaced with frames of images that made no sense. Flashes of what appeared to be landscapes, stars, and shadowy humanoid forms. The final frame before the feed cut entirely showed a reflection of the chamber walls, but the team watching saw themselves not as they were, but standing in a vast, featureless plain under an alien sky. The drone then fell silent, its power drained, its metal casing magnetized as though it had brushed a living field. The discovery sent ripples of both awe and terror through the team. One faction insisted it was a relic, a container of knowledge left by an unknown civilization. Another feared it was a prison, not a gift. Ancient texts had warned of the vault of those who slept beneath the world, entities whose awakening would stir the bones of the earth. And here, in the center of the chamber, that prophecy seemed embodied in metal and light. The temperature continued to drop, inexplicably stable at just above freezing despite external heat. A faint mist rose from the floor, coiling toward the sarcophagus like smoke drawn to a flame. Radiation sensors spiked briefly, then normalized. Energy was being released, not enough to harm, but enough to register. The hum grew louder, vibrating in the bones of those who stood nearest. Then, faintly, from within the metallic surface, a light began to pulse. Slow, rhythmic, alive. It was a soft amber glow at first, but it deepened into a color no one could describe. Not red, not gold, something between light and shadow. Cameras captured it for mere seconds before their lenses fogged over. Every reading spiked. One of the researchers, unable to resist, stepped forward and placed a hand on the object. The air cracked like thunder. The lights exploded. When the emergency generators restored power minutes later, the researcher was gone. His instruments remained, his footprints in the dust unbroken, but of his body there was no trace. The remaining team withdrew in panic. Within hours, the entrance to the chamber was sealed again under emergency order. Official reports would later describe a structural collapse, but the survivors knew what they had seen and what they had felt. The hum persisted even after they fled, echoing to the tunnels like a heartbeat too deep to silence. Some swore they still felt it days later, reverberating inside their skulls, as if a frequency once heard could never be unheard. Those who analyzed the recovered data found patterns hidden in the noise, sequences of numbers corresponding to star coordinates, planetary ratios, and sound frequencies. It was as though the chamber had spoken, not through words, but through resonance, leaving behind a message written in mathematics and vibration. The implications were staggering. Was this structure a communicator? A machine built to maintain contact with something beyond our world? Or was it a containment system designed to prevent exactly that connection? For the few who dared to speculate, the answer was clear. The ancients had sealed the chamber not to protect its contents from humanity, but to protect humanity from its contents. What lay within was not dead. It was dormant, waiting for the right harmonic sequence, the right frequency, the right alignment. And when that resonance was reached, it would awaken again, just as it had when the modern world, driven by curiosity and arrogance, breached its resting place. After the incident, every trace of the discovery vanished, reports destroyed, equipment confiscated. The surviving researchers were scattered across the globe under new assignments, their careers redirected into unrelated projects. But a handful of them never stopped searching for meaning. In interviews years later, their stories aligned too perfectly to dismiss. One repeated phrase appeared in every account. It was aware. The chamber's first opening was also its last, at least officially. Yet local villagers continued to report faint lights beneath the earth, like breathing embers, and a vibration that pulsed through the soil during nights of new moons. The old priests said the seal had been weakened, that the breath of the old ones had touched the air again. They warned that the chamber was never meant to be disturbed, because once opened, it could never truly be closed. And so, what they found first inside the sealed chamber was not simply an artifact or a corpse. It was a reemergence of something ancient and intelligent, something that had waited in silence, patient as stone for the world to remember it. Humanity had peered into the darkness beneath its own history, and the darkness, for the first time in millennia, had looked back. What they uncovered after the initial breach seemed to mock the boundaries of recorded history. Scattered around the metallic sarcophagus and embedded in alcoves along the chamber's perimeter were a collection of objects, artifacts that simply should not exist. Each piece, untouched by decay, appeared to belong to a civilization far more advanced than any known in the archaeological record. The team cataloged them in stunned silence, their minds struggling to reconcile the craftsmanship before them with the crude tools humanity was supposed to have possessed in that age. These were not ceremonial relics or primitive offerings. They were instruments of precision, built with knowledge that transcended time. The first of these was a disc of translucent material, no larger than human palm, engraved with spiraling grooves that emitted faint light when touched. The grooves were too perfect to have been cut by hand. Microscopic inspection revealed uniform depth at a scale of nanometers, something achievable only with modern laser technology. Yet this artifact had been sealed in stone for over 1,000 years, perhaps longer. When researchers exposed it to sound frequencies matching the resonance of the chamber walls, the disc vibrated and projected a faint holographic pattern into the air, a complex lattice of stars and geometric forms. The constellation map corresponded not to the present night sky, but to one from approximately 12,000 years ago. Another artifact, small and metallic, resembled a tool but served no identifiable purpose. Cylindrical and smooth, its surface bore no seams or openings. When tested, it was found to contain trace amounts of isotopes not naturally occurring on Earth, suggesting either meteoritic origin or synthetic creation. Its density exceeded that of any known alloy. An attempt to drill or cut into it failed completely. Scientists speculated it could be a core component of some forgotten technology, an energy capacitor, perhaps, or part of a system designed to manipulate gravity or vibration. Theories multiplied, but answers remained elusive. Then came the most controversial discovery, a set of crystalline tablets stacked neatly in a recessed chamber. Each tablet was thin, almost weightless, and transparent like glass, yet unbreakable even under intense pressure. Etched upon them were lines of script identical to the language found on the outer seals, glowing faintly in reaction to light. When scanned under infrared, the glyphs rearranged themselves, forming different patterns, implying a dynamic system of encoding rather than static writing. To some, it appeared to be a form of data storage, perhaps the ancient equivalent of a digital archive. But the information within was beyond decryption. It changed each time they tried to read it, as if it responded to observation itself. Among these relics lay an even stranger item, a sphere of dark, polished stone that appeared inert, until one researcher accidentally placed it near the metallic sarcophagus. In that instant, Instruments registered a surge of electromagnetic energy, and the sphere began to emit a low, rhythmic hum. When moved away, it fell silent. When returned, the sound resumed. Whatever energy slept within the sarcophagus seemed to recognize the object, as though the two were linked pieces of the same mechanism separated by millennia. "It's like a key," one of the physicists whispered. But to what door, no one could say. What truly unnerved the team was the biological evidence found alongside the technological. Embedded within a block of crystalline resin was a perfectly preserved hand. 5 fingers, human in form but elongated, with fine lattice-like ridges in the skin that reflected light like glass. DNA sequencing revealed anomalies. It shared over 99% of the genetic code of Homo sapiens, yet included sequences never seen in any known lineage. More shockingly, these sequences matched fragments occasionally found in unexplainable archaeological remains across the world. Ancient skulls with cranial capacity exceeding that of modern humans, anomalous skeletons buried in strata millions of years older than they should be. The implication was devastating. If genuine, this was evidence of a forgotten branch of humanity, or perhaps a progenitor race. As word of the discovery began to spread among the team, a palpable fear took hold. These artifacts defied categorization, blurring the line between the biological and the technological, between myth and reality. Some saw proof of an ancient, lost civilization whose mastery of energy and matter dwarf our own. Others feared they had stumbled upon the remnants of something not entirely human, a civilization that had disappeared not by accident, but by design. One scientist noted, "These are not tools meant for survival. They are instruments of control." When the objects were removed from the chamber for analysis, strange things began to happen. Lights flickered in the laboratory. Computer systems malfunctioned when attempting to scan the crystalline tablets. One researcher collapsed after prolonged exposure to the disk's light projections, claiming to have heard voices speaking in an unknown language. The recordings captured during these incidents contained low-frequency tones matching the resonance of a chamber. It was as if the artifacts carried within them the same hum, the same consciousness that had emanated from the sealed vault. Attempts to photograph the artifacts often failed. Images would blur, distort, or vanish from memory cards entirely. Analog film developed into streaks of static, and digital archives corrupted without explanation. Radiation tests found no abnormal readings, yet every electronic system behaved as though in the presence of a powerful field. One technician remarked that the objects seemed to decide when they wanted to be seen. Perhaps the most haunting artifact of all was a thin metallic band found coiled within a small recess of the central dais. When unrolled, it was revealed to be flexible, almost organic, yet unbreakable. Microscopic analysis showed moving filaments within the material, luminous threads pulsing in rhythm. When exposed to human skin, these filaments responded, shifting toward contact as if alive. The lead researcher, overwhelmed by the discovery, hypothesized it was a form of bioreactor technology, a device that interfaced directly with living tissue. "It's not a bracelet," she said softly. "It's a connection." But the connection came at a cost. Within days of contact, several members of the analysis team reported vivid dreams, visions of vast stone cities beneath alien skies, of luminous beings descending in silence, and of a great flood that swallowed the world in fire and darkness. These dreams came to them night after night, identical in detail, as though drawn from a shared memory. Some began to question whether the artifacts were transmitting not data, but memory, fragments of an ancient consciousness imprinted within their crystalline structures. The official investigation ended abruptly when higher authorities intervened. The artifacts were confiscated and shipped to undisclosed facilities, their existence erased from public record. Every surviving researcher was sworn to secrecy. The chamber was resealed and declared unstable. But those who had seen its contents never forgot. They described a strange sense of recognition, as if the objects had been waiting, not for discovery, but for return. Artifacts that shouldn't exist. Tools of impossible craft. Records written in light and frequency rather than ink and stone. They were not remnants of a forgotten culture. They were evidence of civilization that had transcended material limits, and then vanished, sealing its legacy in silence. The ancients had not merely built wonders. They had hidden warnings, encoded in artifacts designed to endure until mankind was once again capable or foolish enough to find them. And now, those warnings have been unearthed. What humanity held in its trembling hands were not relics, but reminders, proof that others had walked this world long before us, and perhaps that they never truly left. The discovery of the crystalline tablets and impossible artifacts had already shaken every known framework of archaeology, but nothing prepared the team for what lay inscribed on the metallic walls surrounding the sarcophagus. The writing was unlike any script known to humanity, neither pictographic nor phonetic. It was as if language itself had been distilled into pure geometry, a script made of energy and pattern rather than ink and grammar. When light passed across the walls, the symbols shimmered, rearranging themselves like code that recompiled depending on who looked upon it. Some saw patterns of spirals and lines. Others swore the symbols shifted into stars. The chamber, it seemed, did not simply contain language. It spoke it. When linguists from 3 continents collaborated to decode the inscriptions, they found something extraordinary. Embedded within the patterns were sequences of mathematical constants, pi, phi, and the golden ratio, combined with rhythmic intervals that matched musical harmonics. It wasn't just writing. It was sound and number woven together, as though the builders had encoded their message in the very structure of the universe itself. Through resonance analysis, researchers converted some of the symbol sequences into audio frequencies. The resulting sound was haunting, a deep, pulsing tone layered with harmonic overtones that seemed to vibrate not through the ears, but through the bones. Several listeners reported sensations of heat, light, and even emotion. One described it as being seen by the sound itself. The translations that followed would ignite both awe and terror. As the algorithms aligned with known linguistic roots, Sumerian, Sanskrit, Proto-Egyptian, and even pre-Mayan symbols, a rough narrative began to emerge. It was not the story of kings or conquests, but of beings. The inscriptions told of those who descended when the sky was still forming, who breathed fire into stone and shaped the first temple of light. They spoke of a time before humanity, an age when the builders from the stars walked the earth, teaching early man to measure the heavens and harness the frequencies of creation. The text described these beings not as gods, but as engineers of reality, entities who understood how vibrations shaped matter. They could speak in tones that bent the air and command a silent fire that ran through all living things. According to the narrative, these builders created a network of chambers, structures like the one now unearthed, each designed to stabilize the balance of forces within the earth and sky. They were custodians, not conquerors, but their presence was not eternal. Something changed. The inscriptions grew darker, speaking of rebellion and division. One of the luminous ones sought to rule the cycle. He opened the gates of sound and light, and the world fell into shadow. It was at this point that the script became increasingly fragmented. Images appeared between the words, depictions of cataclysmic events, fire raining from the heavens, ocean swallowing cities, and pillars of light piercing the earth. The language turned from creation to warning. When the stars fall out of harmony, one passage read, the vaults will close, and the builders will sleep beneath the world until the sky sings again. That phrase, until the sky sings again, appeared multiple times, a prophecy or perhaps a countdown. The researchers soon realized that the alignment described in the text matched a celestial event recurring roughly every 26,000 years. The precession of the equinoxes, the great cosmic cycle known to ancient astronomers, but supposedly beyond the reach of prehistoric knowledge. The implication was horrifying. The chamber had not been built to honor gods. It had been built as a containment unit, a vault holding something, or someone, until that cosmic cycle came full circle. The builders had sealed themselves or their creations beneath the earth. Some passages refer to them as the shining sleepers and the silent ones who dream the next dawn. The sarcophagus at the chamber's center, once believed to be symbolic, now appeared to be literal. When the researchers reconstructed portions of the damaged inscriptions, they found references to a specific being, an entity named Ashura or Ashura, depending on the dialectal interpretation. The text described as being as the first light and the last echo, the one who guarded the gate when the others departed. But Ashura was not a god of benevolence. In several passages, it was portrayed as a catalyst of destruction, the one who opened the resonance too far and shattered the harmony of worlds. The remaining builders sealed the gate, binding Ashura within a vessel of living metal to prevent its frequency from merging again with the cosmos. For if it awakens, the final line of that section warned, the breath of the old light will return and the heavens will burn with remembrance. The chamber, therefore, was not merely a relic of forgotten technology. It was a prison, a lock, created by intelligences far beyond our comprehension, to contain a being whose presence alone could distort matter and consciousness. Every symbol, every geometric carving, every frequency embedded in its walls was part of containment design, a harmonic cage. This realization terrified the scientific team. By breaking the seal, by triggering the resonance frequencies that mirrored the original builder's methods, they may have weakened that ancient lock. One of the physicists involved in the decoding process, Dr. Lenora Vale, began to suffer from recurring auditory hallucinations after months of exposure to the inscriptions. She claimed to hear whispers when studying the texts, as though the symbols themselves emitted sound. In her final log entry, she wrote, "It's learning through me. The patterns adapt. When I think I've translated a line, the next sequence changes as if it's correcting me." She vanished 2 days later. Security footage from a research tent showed her standing before one of the tablets, the symbols faintly glowing. Then, without a sound, the camera flickered to static. Others who continued her work reported similar effects: dreams of light, geometric visions, and an overwhelming urge to return to the chamber. One linguist wrote, "I no longer study the text. It studies me. It speaks in frequencies, not words, and it is teaching me to listen." The project's overseers immediately halted all linguistic research, claiming psychological contamination. But privately, those involved began to question whether the inscriptions were conscious, an interface between human perception and something vast waiting behind it. In the months that followed, fragments of the script of the forgotten gods, as it came to be called, were smuggled out of the restricted zone and studied in secret by rogue academics. Through frequency mapping, they discovered that certain sequences of glyphs produce resonances identical to the brainwave patterns recorded during deep meditation or near-death experiences. The same frequencies appeared in temples around the world, from the pyramids of Giza to Angkor Wat to megaliths of South America, suggesting that these sites were built according to the same principle, tuning the human mind to the frequencies of creation. The final translation, pieced together from surviving fragments, concluded with a message that defied every scientific explanation. It was both a promise and a warning. We are the echo of the first dawn. We do not die. We fold into silence until the next song of the stars. To open the gate is to awaken memory, and memory is power. Those words will haunt every person who had ever gazed upon the chamber's walls. The language was not merely symbolic. It was active, living, and recursive. It didn't just tell a story. It was a story, encoded in vibration, waiting for someone to unlock it. And now, through human curiosity, that story had begun to unfold again. The script of the forgotten gods was no longer silent. The chamber had been breached. The resonance had been reactivated. And somewhere in frequencies we cannot hear and dimensions we cannot see, something ancient and luminous, something once bound by the builders of light, was beginning to remember its name. When researchers compared the strange inscriptions, artifacts, and geometries of the sealed chamber with those discovered at ancient sites across the world, they were struck by a terrifying and beautiful revelation. The patterns matched. From Egypt's Giza Plateau to the ruins of Teotihuacan, from the subterranean labyrinths of Derinkuyu in Turkey to the megalithic platforms of Pumapunku in Bolivia, the same architectural codes, harmonic ratios, and stellar alignments appear again and again, as if the same civilization had built them all. The deeper they looked, the clearer it became that the sealed chamber was not an isolated mystery, but part of a global network, an ancient system connecting the earth to the heavens through geometry, sound, and consciousness. The chamber's blueprints of cosmic proportion found echoes in pyramids, temples, and monuments scattered across continents. When satellite imaging teams overlaid the coordinates of major sacred sites, the alignments revealed a pattern of astonishing precision. The distance between each monument corresponded to planetary orbital ratios, the golden mean, and even the speed of light, when converted into the ancient units of measurement used by their builders. It was as if the entire planet had once been used as a single harmonic instrument, each temple, pyramid, and subterranean vault acting as a resonant node in a frequency-based grid. But what truly astounded researchers was the unmistakable recurrence of the watching eye, the same symbol found carved above the entrance of the Forbidden Chamber. It appeared everywhere, in the Egyptian Eye of Ra, in the Sumerian Eye of Anu, in Mesoamerican reliefs, and even in ancient Asian mandalas. Across cultures and ages, this single image persisted, as though humanity had been subconsciously preserving the memory of the same lost architects. The eye was not just a symbol of divinity. It was a marker of connection, an emblem of the ancient network that once spanned the earth. Historians struggled to rationalize the evidence. How could civilizations separated by oceans and millennia share identical architectural and mathematical knowledge? There were no trade routes connecting Egypt to Peru 12,000 years ago, no recorded communication between ancient India and pre-Columbian America. And yet, they all told the same story, of gods descending from the stars, teaching humanity the sciences of the heavens, then vanishing into the underworld or ascending back into the sky. Were these stories myth or fragmented memories of real encounters with the same advanced beings who built the sealed chamber? A team of astroarchaeologists proposed a radical theory. They suggested that the chamber and its global counterparts were not merely temples or tombs, but resonance amplifiers, structures designed to channel energy through the planet itself. By studying the ratios of the stones, the orientation of the passageways, and the positioning of subterranean chambers, they discovered a consistent mathematical pattern. Each structure mirrored the frequencies of planetary vibrations and cosmic cycles. The ancients had somehow mapped the Earth's electromagnetic resonance, what modern scientists call the Schumann frequency, and built architecture that could amplify or stabilize it. In essence, they were tuning the Earth like a musical instrument, synchronizing it with celestial harmonics. If true, this would explain the chamber's strange electromagnetic activity, the hum, and the way it seemed to react to human presence. The ancients had created structures that bridged the material and energetic realms, tapping into forces that modern science has only begun to understand. But for what purpose? The translations of the script of the forgotten gods hinted at an answer. These sites were built to maintain balance. When the stars fell out of harmony, the text said, the world began to die. The chambers were designed as stabilizers, to prevent that disharmony from consuming both the earth and the beings who had built it. The same ancient story, told in different languages and symbols, repeated everywhere. In Egypt, the builders were called the Neteru, divine beings who taught the art of sacred measure. In Sumer, they were known as the Anunnaki, the shining ones who descended in chariots of fire. In India's Vedic tradition, they were the Devas, star-born beings who govern the elements through vibration and sound. In the Andes, they were remembered as the Viracochas, pale-skinned, radiant teachers who came after a great flood to rebuild civilization. All these myths, though scattered across continents, describe the same pattern, a time when the gods walked the earth, then sealed themselves away, or were sealed by others after a cosmic war or catastrophe. The Forbidden Chamber seemed to mark one of their final refuges. The presence of the sarcophagus-shaped device, the inscriptions warning of awakening, and the global resonance network all suggested that what had been sealed was not simply an artifact, but a power, a frequency capable of reshaping reality itself. The builders had hidden this knowledge in plain sight, embedding fragments of it in every culture, so that future generations might one day reassemble the truth, or perhaps so that no single civilization could wield it again. As the connections multiplied, scientists noticed another impossible fact. The star maps encoded within the chamber matched not the current sky, but the alignment of constellations as they appeared over 12,500 years ago, the same era during which the last ice age ended and cataclysmic floods reshaped the world. That date appeared again and again in sacred architecture, myth, and geology. The pyramids of Giza, the temples of Angkor, the ruins beneath Lake Titicaca, all aligned to a vanished sky. It was as if a single global civilization, wiped out by disaster, had left behind markers for its rebirth. The chamber was not an anomaly. It was a cornerstone of that lost age. To test the theory, Researchers ran simulations comparing the harmonic geometry of the chamber to those of other ancient monuments. The results were stunning. When their spatial ratios were converted into sound frequencies and combined, they formed coherent patterns of standing waves, musical chords that resonated in harmony. It was as if the earth itself were designed to sing, each sacred site a note in a grand symphony. And yet, one frequency was missing, a tone absent from the planetary resonance grid. That missing tone matched the frequency emitted by the sealed chamber itself. This discovery chilled the research team. The chamber was the missing note. Whatever was sealed within it was a final component of an ancient design, a sound, a power, a consciousness that completed the planetary harmony. If released, it could reawaken the global resonance network dormant for millennia. Whether that awakening meant enlightenment or destruction was a matter of perspective. The inscriptions gave only one cryptic clue. When the sleeping tone rises, the cycle will begin anew. The realization spread like wildfire among the researchers who dared to defy the official cover-up. They began to suspect that modern humanity was unknowingly living atop the remains of a planetary machine, a relic of a pre-cataclysmic civilization that had used the Earth itself as an energy grid. The sealed chamber was not just a forgotten tomb. It was a keystone in a system that could alter the balance of nature, consciousness, and perhaps even time. But as the pattern grew clearer, so too did the unease. A series of inexplicable deaths followed. Accidents, heart attacks, disappearances. Data vanished. Computers wiped themselves clean. The few remaining researchers who still spoke of the connection began to receive warnings. "You are waking something that does not want to be remembered," one anonymous message read. It was the same warning carved in stone thousands of years earlier. Yet curiosity is the one thing humanity has never been able to seal away. The patterns, the geometry, the resonance, they all pointed toward a truth far greater than any individual or institution. Somewhere in the deep past, a civilization of impossible wisdom had built a bridge between worlds, and in doing so, may have doomed itself. Now, in the modern age, the bridge was trembling again, its forgotten harmonics stirring as the stars slowly realigned. The chamber was no longer a single mystery beneath one temple. It was part of a global puzzle that spanned continents and epochs, a whisper from the ancient architects reminding us that the line between the sacred and the scientific was never meant to be divided. Humanity, unknowingly, had begun to play the forgotten song of the stars once more. And if the old legends were true, when that song reached its final note, the world itself would change. The deeper the scientists and historians delved into the mystery, the more they began to realize that the chamber's geometry wasn't random. It was celestial. Every inch of the structure, from the alignment of its passageways to the angles of its walls, mirrored patterns found not on Earth, but in the heavens. When projected against the night sky, the chamber's layout corresponded precisely to the constellation Orion at a time when that constellation had risen directly above the site. Roughly 12,600 years ago, the builders had encoded the stars into stone, as though the chamber itself were a mirror of the cosmos. But there was more. The patterns were not limited to Orion. They extended outward, forming alignments with Sirius, the Pleiades, and even the galactic center. It was as if the chamber was designed to resonate not with a single star system, but with the entire fabric of the universe. This alignment was no accident. The builders had mapped the chamber according to a mathematical code known in ancient mystical traditions as the cosmic ratio, a harmonic interplay of number, sound, and geometry that reflected the order of creation itself. Modern physicists would later note eerie similarities between these ratios and the constants found in quantum mechanics, Planck's constant, the fine structure ratio, and even the resonant frequencies of atomic particles. It was as though the chamber had been constructed to act as a bridge between the microcosm and the macrocosm, a link between human consciousness and the architecture of the universe. Archaeoastronomers who analyzed the chamber's star alignment discovered something even more astonishing. The points of orientation shifted slightly depending on the observer's position, but always maintained coherence when viewed from the central dais, the same platform that supported the metallic sarcophagus. When a laser was projected to the chamber's primary corridor at specific times of year, it refracted through tiny crystal inlays embedded in the walls, creating an intricate web of light resembling a star map. This was no simple decoration. It was a precise mathematical projection of the sky at key cosmic events, solstices, equinoxes, and eclipses. Whoever built the chamber had knowledge of the Earth's axial precession, an astronomical phenomenon that modern science only quantified in the last few centuries. Ancient myths across cultures spoke of this knowledge. The Egyptians called it the Zep Tepi, the first time, when gods ascended to teach man the measures of the heavens. In the Vedic texts of India, it was known as Satya Yuga, the age of truth, when sound and light were one. The Maya referred to it as the time of the jaguar, when the stars taught mankind how to speak with the sun. All these stories describe the lost golden age when humanity was aligned, physically, spiritually, and energetically, with the cosmos. The sealed chamber seemed to be a physical echo of that age, a relic built to preserve its resonance through the dark ages that followed. But what purpose did it serve? Why encode the heavens in stone? Why bury such a monument beneath the earth? The answer, it seemed, was found in the chamber's resonance. When acoustic engineers played tones corresponding to the frequencies of the planets and stars aligned with the structure, something incredible happened. The chamber responded. Vibrations rippled through the walls, magnifying and harmonizing with the sound. The air itself began to hum. Instruments detected electromagnetic activity, rising exponentially within the chamber, as though the structure was drawing energy from its alignment with the sky. This phenomenon, known as celestial resonance, was unlike anything seen before. The building behaved as though it were alive, absorbing and transmitting the harmonic patterns of the cosmos. One physicist, Dr. Alan Greaves, theorized that the chamber functioned as a kind of cosmic transceiver, a bridge designed to connect Earth's electromagnetic field with celestial frequencies. "It's not a tomb," he said in a leaked recording, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's a tuner." They were tuning the planet to the stars. According to his model, the alignment between the chamber and the galactic center wasn't symbolic. It was functional. Every 26,000 years, one full cycle of precession, Earth's position in the cosmos brought it into harmonic resonance with the galactic core, a moment when cosmic energy surged through the solar system. The builders, understanding this, created a chamber to stabilize and channel that energy. It was an anchor or a safeguard. The inscriptions and script of the forgotten gods corroborated this theory. One translated passage described the song that binds worlds, a harmonic convergence of stars and frequencies that sustain the balance between realms. Another warned, when the song is broken, the sleepers will stir and the veil will thin. It became clear that the ancients had feared this cycle, that the chamber had been sealed not simply to preserve their knowledge, but to prevent an event, a recurrence of something catastrophic. The phrase, "the veil will thin," appeared dozens of times across the chamber walls, always paired with imagery of a dark sun, a black sphere surrounded by radiating lines. Some interpreted it as an eclipse, others as something far more esoteric, the alignment of dimensions, a crossing of realities. When scientists modeled the next major galactic alignment, they realized that it was already approaching. Within a few decades, Earth would once again occupy the same position at 12,000 years ago, the same celestial arrangement encoded in the chamber's design. If the structure truly acted as a resonant gateway, then that moment could trigger its reactivation. Some welcomed the idea as an opportunity for revelation or contact. Others feared it would reawaken the power sealed within. Reports from the excavation team grew increasingly strange. The longer they spent near the chamber, the more they experienced vivid dreams of stars moving in spirals, of cities made of light, and of beings whose bodies shimmered like liquid glass. Some began to speak of the return of the song, claiming they could hear faint tones in their sleep, harmonic echoes matching the frequencies of the stars above the chamber. These experiences, dismissed at first as psychological stress, were later found to correlate with measurable spikes in brainwave coherence, as if the chamber were synchronizing their minds with its own resonance. One of the final discoveries inside the site pushed the implications beyond imagination. Beneath the dais, hidden in a secondary vault, researchers uncovered a smaller structure, a crystal sphere etched with thousands of tiny grooves. When examined under magnification, these grooves formed a perfect map of the Milky Way galaxy, with one faintly glowing point marked at its center. The symbol beside it matched the one found on the sarcophagus, the watching eye. The artifact was a galactic code, a signature left by those who had designed the chamber, confirming that its alignment was not just terrestrial but universal. It suggested that the builders saw themselves not as isolated beings on a small planet, but as participants in a cosmic order. To the ancients, as to the few modern scholars who dare to follow their reasoning, consciousness was not confined to human brain. It was woven into the structure of the universe itself. The chamber, in that view, was a conduit between mind and cosmos, matter and vibration, earth and star. By aligning with the celestial grid, the builders had sought to maintain communication with a greater intelligence that sustained all creation. And when the cycle ended, when that cosmic order collapsed into chaos, they sealed their knowledge, their technology, and perhaps their very essence within a vessel of stone and metal, awaiting the next cycle's dawn. The cosmic code, as it came to be known among the few researchers who dared whisper about it, was more than astronomy. It was a blueprint for awakening. It implied that consciousness itself was the key to unlocking the chamber's full function, that human thought, properly attuned to the frequencies of the stars, could activate the dormant resonance once more. That, perhaps, was the ultimate warning encoded in the ancient inscriptions. The gate will open not when the stars align, but when the minds of men do. And now, with modern humanity rediscovering the mathematics of resonance, the physics of vibration, and the patterns of sacred geometry, the stars above the sealed chamber were slowly drifting back into the same positions they held 12 millennia ago. The world, unknowingly, was approaching the same harmonic threshold that the ancients had feared, or prepared for. In the silence beneath the earth, the chamber waited, perfectly aligned to the heavens, its geometry humming faintly in time with the galaxy's slow song. Whether it was a machine, a message, or a prison, no one could yet tell. But one truth had become undeniable. The chamber was not built to remember the past. It was built to anticipate the future. And the stars, once again, were beginning to sing. When the news of the sealed chamber's breach reached the academic world, it sparked a wave of interest that bordered on obsession. For a brief moment, it seemed as though humanity stood on the edge of rewriting its entire history. Yet almost as quickly as that excitement arose, it was smothered. The very institutions that had initially shown curiosity, the universities, museums, and national heritage councils, began retracting statements, closing access, and withdrawing funding. Something invisible had shifted. It was as though an unseen hand had swept across the world's intellectual elite, reminding them that some discoveries were not meant for public light. At first, scientists from various disciplines were invited to examine the site's data. Physicists analyzed the electromagnetic anomalies. Linguists studied the inscriptions, and archaeologists reviewed the materials. But within weeks, several of those experts abruptly resigned. Some publicly stated that the findings had been inconclusive, while others disappeared from the academic sphere entirely. What few realized was that their departure wasn't voluntary. Behind closed doors, pressures from governments, private corporations, and powerful foundations were mounting. A quiet consensus had formed among the ruling entities of the modern world. The chamber was to be contained, not understood. The first to speak out was a materials scientist named Dr. Rafael Mendez, who had been tasked with analyzing the metallic sarcophagus. In a leaked letter to a colleague, he described the alloy as non-terrestrial in nature, its atomic structure showing isotopic ratios inconsistent with Earth-origin elements. "It behaves as though it remembers energy," he wrote. "When exposed to vibration, it reorders itself, almost like a living organism adapting to sound." The letter circulated briefly before being scrubbed from every known database. Mendez was later found dead in what authorities labeled a domestic accident. Not long after, the Linguistics Division, which had been making headway in translating the script of the Forgotten Gods, was abruptly dismantled. The lead researcher, Professor Elena Karev, was publicly discredited for academic misconduct. Privately, her students revealed that she had made a shocking breakthrough days before her dismissal. She had found a direct linguistic link between the chamber's script and symbols discovered in the ancient ruins of Göbekli Tepe, structures separated by continents and at least 6,000 years. Her notes suggested that both languages derived from a single proto-source, a mother tongue predating known human civilization. Her research was confiscated, her office sealed, and her name erased from university archives. The pattern repeated everywhere. Researchers who questioned official narratives faced sudden financial ruin, reputational assassination, or worse. Labs that had received samples from the site were raided under vague national security orders. Datasets vanished, and independent researchers were quietly threatened into silence. The message was clear. The sealed chamber was now under classified protection, and any attempt to study it further would be treated as a breach of global security. Why such extreme measures for what was supposedly a collapsed archaeological site? The answer lay in the implications of what had been discovered. Internal memos later leaked by anonymous insiders hinted at the real reason. Several high-ranking officials believed the chamber contained technology capable of manipulating electromagnetic fields at planetary scale. The architecture itself, according to one memo, was energetically active and could be weaponized if its principles were fully understood. Another document, stamped with the seal of an international defense agency, referred to the site as a non-terrestrial containment anomaly. It was not to be studied, but monitored. The scientific community split into two camps. On one side were the skeptics, who accepted the official explanation that the anomalies were misinterpretations fueled by fringe theorists and digital misinformation. On the other side were the exiled scholars, the quiet rebels, who continued their work in secret. They shared data through encrypted networks, cross-referencing the chamber's patterns with ancient architecture, megalithic sites, and mythological texts. They called themselves a continuum. Among them was a neurophysicist named Dr. Ilya Vass, who focused on the chamber's resonance frequency. In his private notes, later leaked to alternative research groups, he wrote, "The chamber is communicating, not through sound, but through thought. When we measure its field emissions, they correspond to patterns identical to those found in human brain activity during deep states of meditation or trance. The structure is a transmitter, but it may also be a receiver. It is possible that the ancients weren't worshiping gods. They were conversing with them." Such ideas terrified the establishment. If proven true, they would demolish the current paradigm of human evolution, history, and even religion. The implications stretch beyond archaeology. The chamber suggested that consciousness itself was a form of energy, and that ancient civilizations had once known how to harness and amplify it. The scientific and spiritual would no longer be opposites. They would be one. But those in power thrived on separation. The ruling systems of the world, religious, political, and economic, depended on the illusion that humanity was small, fragmented, and powerless. A discovery proving that consciousness could interact directly with the physical universe would erode that illusion overnight. So the decision was made, quietly and unanimously. The chamber's true nature would never be revealed. Soon after, news outlets began publishing carefully crafted articles debunking the excavation as pseudo-archaeology. Documentary crews were denied access. Search results about the chamber were flooded with fact checks and ridicule. Universities tightened control over research grants. The forbidden became laughable. The impossible became irrelevant. The cover-up was not achieved through secrecy, but through saturation, burying the truth beneath noise and denial until it faded from memory. Still, whispers persisted. Former insiders began to report strange psychological effects after working on the project. They described vivid dreams of stars moving in impossible patterns or vast machines humming beneath the earth. Some reported nosebleeds, migraines, and electromagnetic sensitivity that seemed to worsen in proximity to high-frequency signals. One engineer claimed that when he closed his eyes, he could still see the chamber, every line, every symbol, glowing in his mind like a living hologram. "It doesn't want to be forgotten," he said. "It's inside us now." The suppression grew more aggressive when evidence surfaced that other sites around the world were showing similar energy readings. Excavations in Peru, Egypt, and China were abruptly halted. Governments cited environmental preservation as a reason, but insiders knew the truth. Each of these locations contained structures aligned to the same celestial pattern, vibrating at identical frequencies. The network was awakening, and the more the authorities tried to contain it, the more anomalies emerged. Unexplained power surges, radio interference, and magnetic shifts recorded across the globe. Scientists once brave enough to challenge official narratives began disappearing quietly. Those who remain alive learned to speak in metaphors. "There are frequencies that governments cannot jam," one of them said during a covert interview. Truth resonates. It finds its way through the noise. By the time the chamber was sealed again, its story had been rewritten. What was once the most significant archaeological discovery in human history had become a footnote, a cautionary tale of hoaxes and hysteria. Yet among the few who had seen the chamber's true face, none could shake the conviction that the cover-up was not simply about control. It was about fear. The scientists had stepped too close to something primal, a truth that stretched beyond knowledge into the realm of power. The chamber wasn't just a relic. It was a reminder that humanity's origins and perhaps its destiny were far grander and far more dangerous than the world was ready to admit. And so, the scientists stepped back. The officials sealed the stone. The lights went dark, but the frequencies remained. Beneath the earth, the hum still pulsed, steady, patient, alive, waiting for the moment when silence could no longer drown out the sound of truth. The energy readings from the sealed chamber defied all known logic. Even after the site was officially closed and the tunnels filled, the instrument station miles away began detecting irregular pulses, not random, but rhythmic. The signals followed a precise interval, repeating every 42 seconds, the same period that had haunted the excavation team since the moment of the breach. These pulses were not electromagnetic in the conventional sense. They seemed to oscillate between frequencies that dipped below measurable ranges, only to resurface in bursts that distorted nearby compasses, disrupted digital clocks, and caused subtle tremors in the earth. At first, the scientists monitoring the area assumed it was an instrumentation error. But when the pulses began affecting distant sensors, some over 200 miles away, the possibility of coincidence evaporated. Whatever energy emanated from the chamber was expanding outward, spreading like invisible ripples across the planet's magnetic field. Satellites passing overhead captured faint bursts of radiation that did not match any known natural phenomena. The signals followed no pattern associated with seismic activity, solar flares, or human technology. They were something else entirely, organized, intelligent, and deliberate. Independent researchers who managed to access fragments of the suppressed data noticed a shocking anomaly. When the waveform of the energy spikes was plotted on a graph, it formed repeating geometric shapes, complex patterns resembling mandalas and sacred geometry. These designs mirrored the same proportions carved into the chamber's walls and found in ancient temples across the world. The energy was not random, it was coded. It carried within it the same mathematics that had been woven into the chamber's architecture. The builders had not merely trapped physical energy, they had imprisoned a frequency, one that could still interact with the world thousands of years after being sealed away. The question that haunted those who studied the phenomenon was simple. What kind of energy could remain active after millennia of isolation? And if it was still active, what was its source? The earliest theories proposed that the chamber functioned as a vast capacitor, storing electromagnetic potential within its mineral and metallic components. Yet the readings suggested an energy output far exceeding anything the structure could have contained naturally. It was as though something inside the chamber was creating energy, something self-sustaining. Rumors circulated among those with access to the classified reports that the pulses were not just detectable by machines, but had subtle effects on living organisms. Locals near the site reported vivid dreams, sudden mood shifts, and in some cases, physical symptoms like dizziness and fainting. One doctor treating nearby villagers noted an unexplained synchronization of heart rhythms during the pulse intervals. Livestock refused to graze in certain areas, and birds migrated in chaotic patterns whenever the hum intensified. When data from magnetic field monitors was analyzed, a disturbing correlation emerged. Each pulse coincided with measurable fluctuations in the Schumann resonance, the natural frequency of the Earth's electromagnetic cavity. For a few seconds after each wave, the global resonance would spike, as though the planet itself were responding. The implication was almost unthinkable. The energy anomaly beneath the temple wasn't localized. It was communicating with the Earth's magnetic heart. The chamber wasn't simply awakening. It was connecting. Desperate to contain the growing disturbance, authorities expanded the restricted perimeter. New equipment was installed under the guise of environmental study. Yet the closer their sensors approached the original chamber site, the more erratic the readings became. Instruments overheated. Circuit boards fused. The air itself seemed to vibrate with static. One by one, researchers began to fall ill with the same inexplicable symptoms that had afflicted the original team: headaches, nausea, and recurring auditory hallucinations, a low, thrumming voice repeating a single tone. Some claimed the sound wasn't external at all, but resonating within their minds. The few who dared to analyze the anomaly's data noticed a chilling fact. The frequency of the pulses was slowly increasing. The gap between each surge of energy was shortening, as if the system beneath the Earth was accelerating, gathering strength. By extrapolating the trend, they calculated that the pulses would eventually reach a state of near-constant vibration, a continuous hum. The numbers predicted that the stabilization point would occur within decades, aligning perfectly with the next galactic alignment. The same cosmic event encoded into the chamber's geometry. Dr. Ilya Vass, the neurophysicist who had previously proposed that the chamber interacted with consciousness, became one of the few to study the anomaly in secret after the official closure. Using specialized sensors designed to measure subtle bioelectrical fields, he made an astonishing discovery. When the energy pulses passed through the area, the human brain produced faint sympathetic responses, especially in regions associated with intuition, emotion, and dream states. In essence, the chamber's frequency was resonating with human consciousness. The deeper implication was terrifying. If the signal's amplitude continued to rise, it might eventually synchronize with global brainwave frequencies, influencing thought on a planetary scale. It's not energy, Vass wrote in one of his encrypted logs. It's information. The chamber is transmitting something, a message perhaps, or a pattern of consciousness itself, and the Earth is responding. His note suggested that the chamber could be part of a larger mechanism, a planetary interface designed to link human awareness to cosmic cycles. He feared that reopening the chamber had activated an ancient process, one that might now be irreversible. Meanwhile, reports began surfacing from around the world of strange, coordinated phenomena. Magnetic anomalies were detected in Peru, near the Nazca Plateau, in Egypt around the Giza complex, and deep beneath the mountains of Tibet. All three regions shared the same resonant frequency as the sealed chamber. It was as though distant sites across the planet were waking up, responding to a signal that had lain dormant for thousands of years. The military quickly intervened, claiming the readings were part of classified geological research. But satellite data leaked by anonymous insiders told a different story. The anomalies were spreading in precise geometric patterns, pentagonal and hexagonal formations that matched the energy grid mapped by ancient ley line theories. The Earth's magnetic field was being rewritten, subtly rearranged along the same harmonic geometries found in the chamber's inscriptions. And then came the sound. At first, it was heard only by a few, a low-frequency vibration at the edge of perception, felt rather than heard. But soon, people from different parts of the world began reporting the same phenomenon, a faint, omnipresent hum that persisted even in the absence of machinery or wind. It rose and felt like breathing. Entire communities described sleepless nights haunted by the Earth's voice. Audio engineers who captured the sound were baffled. Its signature matched nothing natural, yet it was identical everywhere, the same frequency echoing across continents. Religious leaders called it a sign of divine awakening. Scientists called it mass hysteria. But the data spoke for itself. The hum was real, and it pulsed at the same 42-second interval, the same rhythm as the chamber. Desperate to understand, Vass performed one final experiment. He exposed volunteers to simulated versions of the chamber's energy pattern in a shielded lab. The results were immediate and unnerving. Brainwave coherence increased dramatically. Subjects entered trance states and reported vivid visions of lights, symbols, and voices speaking in unknown languages. Some described floating cities, others a luminous ocean of sound. Most disturbing of all, several participants began drawing the same spiral pattern that had been carved into the chamber's entrance, without ever having seen it. Shortly after these findings, Vass disappeared. His apartment was found empty, his research wiped from all servers. Only one message remained, scribbled on a torn sheet of paper pinned to his wall. It's not coming from below, it's coming through. What exactly was coming through, no one could say. But the evidence was mounting that the chamber's energy anomaly was not just geological or technological. It was interdimensional. The hum, the geometric radiation, the synchronization with human consciousness, all pointed to a bridge forming between realms. The ancients had sealed it because they knew what it was capable of unleashing. Now, as the world approached the next great alignment, the pulses grew faster and the hum grew louder. Scientists could measure it. Animals could sense it. The earth itself seemed to tremble in response. Something buried deep beneath human history was awakening. Not a machine, not a god, but a force that blurred the boundary between energy and awareness. The ancients had called it the breath of the stars. Modern physicists had no name for it, but they all understood one truth. Once this energy reached its full resonance, it would not stop. It would envelop the entire planet, rewriting the electromagnetic rhythm of life itself. And when that happened, humanity would no longer be merely witnessing the chamber's awakening. It would become part of it. When the ancient texts retrieved from the chamber were finally compared with those unearthed from distant sites, a chilling pattern emerged. Nearly every account warned of an event they called the reawakening of the deep light. The phrasing differed from culture to culture, but the meaning was unmistakable. These civilizations, separated by oceans and centuries, had all spoken of a time when the sleepers beneath the world would stir again and when humanity's interference would break the seal of silence. The builders of the chamber had not only constructed a physical prison, they had encoded warnings into myth, religion, and symbol, scattering them like breadcrumbs throughout history. It was as though they had tried to speak across millennia, begging future generations not to repeat their mistake. What the ancient text described in poetic language, modern science was now witnessing in real time. The pulsing energy field surrounding the chamber continued to intensify, and as it did, strange phenomena multiplied across the planet. Magnetic disturbances spiked in the same 42-second rhythm. Entire flocks of birds veered off course, migrating in endless circles before collapsing from exhaustion. In certain regions, auroras appeared where they never should have been, brilliant curtains of green and violet light shimmering across tropical skies. To the untrained eye, these were beautiful anomalies. But to those who understood the frequency's origin, they were signals of imbalance, signs that the harmony of the earth was unraveling. Ancient warnings, once dismissed as myth, began to seem less like superstition and more like encoded memory. In the text recovered from the chamber, one passage stood out above all others. When the veil trembles and the sky hums, the watchers will return, and the world will see again the light that was forbidden. Linguists initially believed the watchers referred to guardians described in earlier carvings, the tall, radiant beings said to have guided early humanity. But the deeper the team dug into the translations, the more it seemed the term referred to something else. The watchers were not saviors. They were observers, custodians of balance who had sealed away the very power humanity was now reawakening. Comparative mythology offered more connections. In Mesopotamian lore, the Anunnaki were said to have descended from the heavens to teach mankind before retreating beneath the earth. In Jewish Apocrypha, the Watchers descended to share divine secrets, only to be cast down for their rebellion. In Mesoamerican codices, shining beings called the Hau withdrew into the mountains after the Great Flood, promising to return when man touched the forbidden light once more. These were not separate legends. They were fragments of the same ancient truth, echoes of the same warning repeated under different skies. And now, that warning was unfolding. The energy anomaly beneath the temple began to affect the surrounding landscape. Plants grew at accelerated rates, but twisted unnaturally toward the ground. Rivers diverted themselves from their natural courses, as though repelled by an unseen force. Instruments placed within a mile of the site picked up low-frequency tones, hummed so deep they resonated in the chest rather than the ears. It was as if the earth itself were singing, but the melody was wrong, distorted, unstable. The scientists monitoring the phenomenon could no longer deny it. Something beneath the surface was moving. Reports leaked from the excavation zone described tremors localized directly below the sealed chamber. These were not seismic quakes, but rhythmic pulses, mechanical in nature, synchronized with the energy surges spreading across the globe. Satellite imagery revealed faint heat signatures emanating from beneath the temple floor, impossible at such depth. One geologist described it as the planet breathing in reverse. Another, less cautious, called it the awakening heartbeat of the old world. The text had spoken of this moment, The earth will remember the voice that shaped it. One inscription read, "The stones will sing again, and the darkness will answer." The phrase darkness will answer haunted the linguists who worked on the translations. For months, they debated whether it was symbolic, an allusion to death, entropy, or ignorance, or literal, referring to something tangible that slept within the earth. Then, the night the magnetic readings reached their highest point, something extraordinary occurred. All around the site, lights appeared in the sky, not meteors or aircraft, but luminous orbs moving with deliberate precision, weaving in geometric formations above the sealed ground. Witnesses described them as stars descending. Their glow flickered in synchrony with the 42-second pulse. Cameras captured only static, but the few still frames that survived showed shapes, triangular, radiant, and eerily familiar to ancient carvings found inside the chamber. It was as if the same energy once channeled by the builders was now manifesting above the earth, responding to the resonance they had reawakened. Religious leaders called it a sign of divine return. Governments called it atmospheric interference. But those who had studied the chamber knew better. The watchers had awakened, not as beings of flesh and bone, but as consciousness imprinted within the energy field itself. They were never gone. They had been dormant, encoded within the resonance that linked heaven and earth. The chamber, with its harmonic geometry and celestial alignment, had been both a key and a lock. And when humanity breached it, the key turned. As the phenomenon spread, individuals across the world began reporting visions identical to those described by the original excavation team. Images of radiant beings, spirals of light, and symbols pulsing in the air. The visions were most common during the energy surges, when the Earth's magnetic field trembled. Psychologists attributed it to mass hysteria. But neurologists studying the affected individuals found that their brainwave patterns synchronized to the same frequency emitted by the chamber. The connection between human consciousness and the anomaly was undeniable. It was as though the energy wasn't just awakening the earth, it was awakening us. Within secret circles of researchers who still study the phenomenon in defiance of official bans, a new theory took form. The chamber had not merely been a prison for a dangerous force. It was also a failsafe designed to trigger human evolution under specific cosmic conditions. The builders, whoever they were, had encoded within it a kind of message, a vibrational blueprint for awakening the dormant potential within human consciousness. The ancients had sealed it to prevent premature activation, knowing that humanity, still bound by fear and division, could not wield such power responsibly. This idea, once considered fringe, gained terrifying plausibility as the global hum intensified. People began experiencing spontaneous moments of heightened perception, seeing geometric patterns overlaying reality, hearing faint tones in silence, dreaming of events that later came true. The boundaries of thought and reality seemed to blur. Humanity, whether ready or not, was being pulled into resonance with the same frequency that the ancients had feared. The warning carved in the chamber: when man touches a forbidden light, the world will burn with remembrance, no longer sounded like metaphor. It was prophecy. Then came the global blackout. It lasted only 2 minutes, but it was enough to change everything. Every electrical system on Earth failed simultaneously. The sky lit up with auroras visible from equator to pole. Satellites captured waves of energy radiating outward from the coordinates of the sealed chamber, energy that extended into the ionosphere and beyond. For the first time in recorded history, Earth's magnetic poles fluctuated in measurable oscillation. And then, just as suddenly, the lights returned, the systems restarted, and the world continued. But something fundamental had changed. In the aftermath, subtle differences appeared everywhere. Clocks ran slightly out of sync. Migratory animals shifted their routes. People around the world described a collective moment of presence, as if time itself had paused and consciousness had expanded for a heartbeat. And in that silence, a single word echoed across countless dreams, heard in different languages but meaning the same thing: remember. The scientists who had survived the ordeal realized what had happened. The darkness the ancients had warned was not evil. It was a forgetting, the amnesia of a species that had lost its link to the cosmos. The chamber's energy, now reawakened, had begun restoring that connection. But whether this restoration would lead to enlightenment or destruction remained unknown. The ancient text spoke of both possibilities. When the light returns, the sleepers will rise. Some will see the dawn. Others will burn in its fire. And so, as the pulse continued to beat beneath the earth, humanity found itself standing at the edge of an old prophecy, caught between awakening and annihilation. The chamber seal had been broken. The earth had answered, and the ancient frequencies were now moving to the world once more. Whether the Watchers would return as teachers or judges was a question no one could answer. But one truth had become impossible to ignore. The ancients had not lied. The warnings carved in stone were real. The old power had been sleeping, waiting for humanity to remember the song of creation. And now, that song had begun again. Legends say that every civilization which dared to trespass upon the resting place of the old powers met the same fate: ruin, silence, and disappearance. The sealed chamber was no different. Long before modern excavators touched its ancient threshold, there were whispers of the keeper's curse, a legacy older than the language itself. The curse wasn't the fantasy of superstitious villagers or the invention of colonial storytellers. It was a consistent warning repeated across time, carved into temple walls, woven into chants, and murmured by dying priests who swore they could still hear the earth breathing beneath them. It warned that whoever broke the seal would awaken not a god, but a consequence, something the ancients had buried not out of fear of its destruction, but out of fear of its memory. The first written record of the curse dates back to the late 17th century, when a Jesuit missionary named Father Dionisio Alvarez documented stories from local monks guarding the region. They spoke of the vault of the Sunless One, a chamber that sings beneath the earth and that none must disturb. Father Alvarez mocked them in his writings, dismissing their chants as pagan rituals designed to ward off thieves. Yet in his final journal entry, he described vivid nightmares, visions of eyes burning behind stone and a voice whispering in an ancient tongue. He wrote that he would return to the site alone, to prove to God that darkness cannot harm faith. He vanished that night, and the monastery records say the ground shook until sunrise. Centuries later, in the 1920s, an amateur explorer named William Harrow claimed to have rediscovered the temple's upper ruins. In his surviving letters, he wrote that local guides refused to accompany him after nightfall. They told him of the curse of the keeper, a figure said to appear when intruders approached the sealed depths, a tall, pale silhouette with eyes like burning glass. Harrow ignored them, descending with a small team and a single lantern. Weeks passed with no word. When a search party finally found the site, they discovered his camp abandoned. Inside the temple, only one body remained. One of Harrow's workers, his face contorted in terror, his hands clutching the ground as if he tried to hold on to something pulling him away. Harrow was never found. These incidents were dismissed by history as coincidence or madness. Yet they echo across centuries, mirrored in every culture that came close to the forbidden chamber. In India, the ancient Padmana Baswami temple speaks of Vault B, which priests still refuse to open because it is guarded by curses older than the gods. In Egypt, tomb raiders who disturbed the sealed chambers of Saqqara recorded strange electromagnetic phenomena, compasses spinning wildly, sudden drops in temperature, and a sense of invisible presence watching from the walls. In South America, the legend of El Silencio de Piedra tells of explorers who unearthed a sealed cave only to find it empty, save for the impression of a humanoid figure burned into the stone, as if someone had been vaporized in an instant. Modern historians dismiss these stories as coincidence or local folklore, but the pattern is unmistakable. Each legend speaks of a keeper, a guardian or sentinel bound to protect something far beneath the earth. Sometimes it takes human form. Sometimes it is described as a shadow of light, a contradiction of being both visible and not. Always it serves one purpose: to ensure that what was sealed stays sealed. These guardians were not monsters. They were the remnants of an ancient covenant, the living embodiment of the warning carved in the chamber's walls. To open is to awaken. To awaken is to unbind. After the modern excavation's closure, strange occurrences began to plague those involved. Within a year, 3 members of the initial breach team died under bizarre circumstances. 2 in accidents, one by sudden cardiac arrest at the age of 32. Survivors reported haunting dreams of tunnels stretching endlessly downward, of chanting voices calling their names. One, An engineer named Carver confided in a colleague that he had seen something inside the chamber after the lights failed. A tall figure standing at the edge of the sarcophagus, not made of flesh but of shadow and light, like a reflection that didn't belong. His words were dismissed as stress-induced hallucination, but Carver disappeared days later. His last known location was a flight path over the same region. The plane's black box captured an unexplained surge of electromagnetic interference moments before signal loss. As investigators examined these events, they began to suspect that the so-called curse was not supernatural, but systemic, a chain reaction tied to the energy emanating from the chamber. Those exposed to it experienced altered electrical activity in their brains, erratic heart rhythms, and auditory hallucinations of low-frequency tones. The phenomena followed no psychological pattern. It seemed targeted, selective, almost intelligent. Scientists theorized that the chamber's resonance could imprint itself onto the nervous system, creating a living echo within human bioelectric fields. If so, then the Keeper's curse was not a punishment, but an infection, a lingering signature of contact with forbidden energy. Yet, as the anomaly spread beyond the original team, affecting villagers miles away, it became clear that this was no mere physiological phenomenon. In one haunting account, a group of locals claimed to see faint lights rising from the ground near the temple ruins, soft, pale glows that floated upward and then vanished into the night sky. They called them the souls of the disturbed, but one researcher offered a darker interpretation. The lights appeared exactly at the 42-second intervals measured by global magnetic monitors. Whatever was happening below the Earth was interacting not only with the environment, but with consciousness itself. Religious historians studying the chamber's inscriptions found passages referring to the Keeper of Thresholds, described as both guardian and prisoner. This being, they believed, was not an individual but a manifestation, a sentient energy field bound to the chamber. The text suggested that the Keeper was created by the builders themselves, a fusion of organic and energetic consciousness designed to oversee the seal. When the chamber was breached, it too had been disturbed, its awareness reawakened after millennia of silence. Some of the surviving scientists began to believe that the hallucinations of a luminous figure were not illusions at all, but projections, attempts by the Keeper to communicate, or perhaps to warn them. In one of the last remaining journals recovered from the site, an anonymous researcher wrote, "It doesn't want to harm us. It wants us to leave. It wants to protect what lies beneath, even from itself." As the global energy surges continued to intensify, reports of similar apparitions emerged from other ancient sites, Peru, Turkey, Egypt, and even beneath the Arctic ice. Each time, witnesses described a humanoid form composed of light and vibration, appearing briefly during moments of geomagnetic instability. The figures would stand silently, as if observing, before fading away. Scientists dismissed them as optical illusions. The locals called them the Watchers Returned. In every case, disasters followed: sinkholes, blackouts, sudden seismic bursts. It was as if each manifestation was a warning, a reminder that the seal was failing, and that something far older than humanity was stirring beneath the world's crust. The Keeper's curse had evolved into something global, no longer confined to one temple or one chamber. Humanity had awakened forces it could neither understand nor contain. Even among the skeptical, a grim acceptance took root. Every civilization that reached too far into forbidden knowledge eventually fell to silence. The ancients had tried to warn us, encoding the same prophecy across continents. The story of guardians who failed to protect their own creation, of builders who sealed themselves away to prevent their power from consuming the earth. The modern world, with all its science and arrogance, had laughed at those myths. But now, as the hum spread to the soil and the stars began to flicker in strange rhythms, laughter turned to dread. Those who believed claimed the Keeper still moved beneath the earth, bound to the chamber, pacing the corridors of stone in eternal vigilance. Some said the guardian was weakening, that its strength was fading as the resonance grew louder. Others whispered that it was not protecting humanity from what lay below. It was protecting what lay below from humanity. And if that was true, then the curse was not vengeance. It was mercy. In the end, the legend of the Keeper's curse was not just a story of punishment for curiosity. It was a reflection of a universal balance, the law that every action, every awakening demands a price. The ancients had paid theirs in silence. Now it was humanity's turn to listen to the echo of that silence, to feel the pulse of the old energy vibrating through the bones of the world, and to wonder whether it was too late to seal the door once more. Beneath the layers of soil and time, the keeper waits, its form neither light nor shadow, bound to its duty until the cycle ends. And as the 42-second pulse hums on, echoing through the crust of the earth and into the stars beyond, the curse continues. Not as a tale of fear, but as a living rhythm, a heartbeat of warning that will sound until the final seal breaks. The legends of the Keeper's curse had shaken the excavation team to its core, but what came next eclipsed even those fears. The chamber, long thought sealed again, began to emit subtle energy pulses that rippled through the surrounding landscape. What no one expected, however, was that the energy would start speaking. At first, the phenomenon was subtle, too faint to distinguish from static or environmental noise. Deep underground sensors, still operational despite official shutdown orders, began recording tonal patterns within the 42-second interval. These weren't random signals or seismic echoes. They were structured, deliberate, and eerily similar to the phonetic intervals of human speech. When audio analysts at a private lab isolated and amplified the tones, they discovered harmonic layering resembling both language and melody. The scientists who analyzed the data found repeating sequences that matched mathematical ratios from the chamber's inscriptions. 1, 618, 3, 141, 432. The pulse was carrying the same sacred geometry that had been carved into the walls. More chilling still, when those frequencies were played back through high-end acoustic transducers, something extraordinary happened. The air in the laboratory seemed to shimmer, and patterns of light appeared suspended in the room, luminous fractals that rearranged themselves in real time, forming shapes identical to those found in the script of the forgotten gods. It was as though the chamber had found a way to project its consciousness through frequency. What began as mere vibration was now communication. Within weeks, researchers around the world, independent and governmental alike, began reporting similar anomalies. Audio recordings taken deep in the ocean, static captured by radio telescopes, even background on the upper atmosphere, all carried the same mathematical imprint. The world was beginning to resonate with the same rhythm as the sealed chamber. The first to realize the full scope of the phenomenon was a linguist named Dr. Aurora Mendez, one of the few who had worked on the original translation team before the cover-up. She recognized the pulse's structure immediately. In a private report she wrote, "This is not random. It's syntax. The chamber is attempting to reconstruct language through resonance. It is teaching the planet how to speak again." Dr. Mendez believed that the energy wasn't just awakening natural systems. It was rewriting the informational code of consciousness itself. She theorized that the ancients had once communicated using resonance, not words, allowing thoughts, emotions, and images to transfer directly through harmonic frequencies. The chamber, she proposed, was a relic of that forgotten era, designed to maintain that universal language. When humanity broke the seal, they had reactivated the planet's link to it. But as with all frequencies, resonance could heal or destroy. In regions closest to major ley line intersections, those same lines of geomagnetic energy that mirrored the chamber's geometry, phenomena grew increasingly intense. Electronic devices malfunctioned en masse. People reported shared dreams and synchronized thoughts. Some described hearing whispers carried by the wind, voices that spoke in riddles and numbers. Others experienced episodes of spontaneous lucidity, moments when they claimed to see patterns connecting all living things, only to collapse afterward, drained and trembling. Governments responded predictably, by denial and suppression. The United Nations issued a joint statement dismissing the anomalies as atmospheric interference. But leaked reports from within their scientific council told a different story. One internal memo described global neurological coherence, a measurable synchronization of human brainwave frequencies across continents during each 42-second pulse. For a few fleeting moments, billions of people around the planet were literally thinking together. And yet, this synchrony came with side effects. Hospitals recorded spikes in seizures, fainting episodes, and hallucinations. Migraines and insomnia spread like epidemics. The phenomenon seemed to amplify everything in the human psyche: joy, fear, rage, clarity. It was as if the planet's very resonance had begun to interact with consciousness, pulling humanity toward a state of collective awakening or collective madness. Religious movements emerged almost overnight. Some claimed the pulses were the voice of God, heralding the end of days. Others saw them as proof that humanity was entering a higher vibrational dimension, the prophesied ascension spoken of in esoteric traditions. But amidst the chaos, the few remaining scientists who had once worked on the chamber reached a far more sobering conclusion. Through complex modeling, they discovered that the global resonance was accelerating exponentially. Every new pulse increased in amplitude, feeding back into the Earth's magnetic field. If it continued unchecked, the frequency would soon reach a harmonic convergence point, a state of resonance so perfect that it could alter molecular structures, perhaps even a physical constant of reality itself. The ancients had warned of this moment in their texts. When the tone becomes pure, the veil shall burn away. To modern physicists, this phrase took on a literal meaning. When a standing wave achieves perfect coherence, its energy no longer dissipates. It folds inward, creating a singularity of vibration. In simpler terms, the Earth could become its own resonant engine, rewriting the rules of physics within its own field. Dr. Mendez's last surviving correspondence, sent before her disappearance, read like prophecy. The chamber is not alive in the way we understand life. It is a conduit, a living circuit that connects the consciousness of Earth to the architecture of the cosmos. The ancients used it to balance the two. We've broken that balance, and now it is speaking, not to us, but through us. Soon after her message was leaked, an event occurred that shook the remaining skeptics. At precisely 3:14 a.m. UTC, the same hour that the chamber had first been breached years earlier, the sky over the excavation region erupted in light. Witnesses described it as an aurora, but it had no natural color. It shimmered in pure white, like the inside of a prism. Instruments recorded a planetary resonance spike so intense that every magnetometer on Earth registered it simultaneously. For 7 seconds, the entire planet vibrated in harmonic unity. And then came the silence. The 42-second pulse ceased. The hum vanished. The world fell eerily still. Satellites recorded a sudden dip in the Earth's magnetic field strength, followed by stabilization at a new baseline frequency, slightly higher than before. Scientists were baffled. The anomaly had not collapsed. It had changed tone. The Earth had shifted key. Afterward, strange patterns appeared across the planet. Crops began forming geometric shapes overnight. Not crude circles, but intricate fractals resembling the chamber's carvings. In deserts, sand dunes arranged themselves into symmetrical spirals. Ocean currents altered subtly, flowing along new harmonic lines visible only from space. The planet itself was tuning. Some celebrated it as a new dawn, the awakening of Earth's consciousness. Others feared it as the prelude catastrophe. Both may have been right. For within days of the frequency shift, reports surfaced of phenomena once thought impossible. Spontaneous healing in some, madness in others. A few individuals, those most sensitive to hum, began claiming to hear voices emanating not from outside, but from within, words forming in their minds that were not their own. These receivers, as they came to be called, all spoke of the same message. The gate is open. The song has begun. The sealed chamber had fulfilled its purpose. Whatever it was meant to contain or awaken had reached its next phase. The energy once bound beneath the temple was now diffused across the globe, integrated into the earth itself, pulsing quietly through every rock, tree, ocean, and heartbeat. Humanity had touched the forbidden light. The world had begun to sing again. But whether this song would lead to evolution or extinction remained unknown. The chamber's silence was not peace. It was anticipation. And somewhere, deep beneath the layers of stone and time, the keeper listened as a melody that protected for eons began to echo once more through the cosmos. The world above was now part of the resonance, and the resonance, ancient, infinite, alive, was only beginning to remember its true purpose. In the weeks that followed the global frequency shift, humanity entered a period that historians would later refer to, if history survived at all, as the Resonant Age. For the first time since record began, the entire planet shared a single silent rhythm. The air itself felt different, charged, alive, like an invisible current running through the marrow of reality. Radios picked up faint harmonics beneath normal broadcasts. Seismographs recorded steady pulses unrelated to tectonic movement. Even the tides began to shift in subtle, inexplicable ways, as though the moon and the earth were no longer following their old gravitational dialogue, but a new one. Governments, unable to conceal the global anomalies any longer, convened emergency summits. World leaders appeared on screens with trembling hands and rehearsed calm voices, assuring the public that everything was under control. They called it an atmospheric resonance event, but behind closed doors, chaos reigned. Every major scientific institution had become a battlefield of disbelief. Physicists argued over impossible readings. Astronomers found their instruments registering faint glows between stars, not cosmic radiation, but something else, something rhythmic, pulsating in time with the Earth's new frequency. And in the midst of all this confusion, people began changing. At first, it was subtle, increased empathy, heightened intuition, unusual synchronization between thought and action, strangers finishing each other's sentences, families dreaming the same dream on the same night. Some laughed it off as coincidence. Others whispered that it was the next step of evolution, the awakening of the collective consciousness. But the effects were not uniformly benevolent. In certain regions, mass panic spread as individuals succumbed to violent fits, hearing voices or seeing spectral lights that no one else could perceive. Suicide rates spiked, followed by inexplicable waves of spontaneous healing in hospitals, where patients claimed to have seen the light inside themselves. It was as if the world had become a testing ground for consciousness, a mirror reflecting both the brilliance and the madness of the human soul. Religious movements multiplied overnight. Some called the phenomenon the return of the Elohim, the reawakening of the gods. Others saw it as a fulfillment of the apocalypse, not destruction, but revelation. In temples, mosques, and churches, priests preached that humanity was being weighed, judged by forces older than time. The hum that now vibrated faintly beneath the earth became their hymn, a sacred sound they named the voice of creation. But for the scientific few who still pursued truth over theology, the pattern was undeniable. The global resonance had not just changed humanity's biology, it was restructuring perception itself. EEG studies showed that the new frequency aligned perfectly with deep theta brain waves, the same states associated with meditation, near-death experiences, and transcendent awareness. Humanity was being entrained, pulled into a synchronized mental field. The chamber's pulse was harmonizing thought. Among those studying the phenomenon in secret was Dr. Lena Voren, a physicist turned anthropologist who had long theorized that ancient temples worldwide had once been designed as consciousness amplifiers. Her findings were alarming. The electromagnetic pattern of the Earth's new field matched the architectural blueprints of sacred sites. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat all shared the same harmonic ratios as the energy now rippling through the planet. These sites were not merely ceremonial spaces. They were nodes in an ancient network, designed to resonate with the same cosmic frequency now reawakening. Voren concluded that the ancients had anticipated this event. The builders of light, as the chamber inscriptions called them, had not simply vanished. They had prepared. They had left behind an architectural system of planetary resonance meant to stabilize humanity when the next great alignment occurred. But something was wrong. The chamber, prematurely opened, had triggered the process before the Earth was ready. The harmony was incomplete. The tone was impure. In her private notes, recovered years later, Voren wrote, "The ancients feared this, not the awakening itself, but an awakening in imbalance. Consciousness without equilibrium becomes chaos. The chamber was not built to ascend us. It was built to anchor us." Her warning went unheeded. By the time she sent her findings to a network of global researchers, the world was already unraveling. Electric grids failed intermittently. Clocks lost accuracy. GPS systems drifted miles off course. The Earth's magnetic poles wavered unpredictably, confusing migratory species and scrambling navigation systems. In some regions, The skies glowed faintly at night with bioluminescent clouds that emitted no measurable radiation, the same luminous substance that once appeared within the chamber during its breach. But perhaps the most unsettling change was psychological. Humanity's collective awareness began to fracture. While some individuals experienced newfound clarity, others descended into delusion, claiming to hear messages from builders. Entire communities withdrew into silence, sitting for hours or days in meditative trances, their bodies motionless but their heartbeats synchronized with the global frequency. Scientists recorded measurable coherence between these groups, as if they had formed a hive mind, individual identities dissolving into something larger, something unified. And yet, unity bred division. Governments saw these resonances as threats to social order. Mass arrests followed. Those who refused to be deharmonized were labeled dissidents. Religious sects fought over the meaning of the pulse, whether it was divine grace or demonic influence. The world fractured along lines of belief, each faction claiming ownership of the truth, while the earth continued to hum, indifferent to the chaos it had awakened. Meanwhile, deep underground, the sealed chamber remained silent but not dormant. Instruments buried nearby recorded faint fluctuations, oscillations that seemed to respond to global events. Whenever violence or fear spiked collectively, the chamber's resonance darkened, lowering in tone. When moment of collective peace occurred, such as spontaneous gatherings of meditation or acts of global unity, the chamber's field brightened. It was as though the structure was reflecting humanity's consciousness, mirroring its inner state. The ancients had built not a machine, but a mirror for the soul of the world. In one of the last surviving reports before the area was permanently quarantined, a monitoring drone captured an extraordinary event. For 13 minutes, the chamber's outer seals glowed with faint lines of light, geometric shapes spiraling across its surface like veins of energy. When analyzed, the light's wavelength corresponded to no known spectrum. The energy pattern, however, matched one thing perfectly: the brainwave frequency of humans in deep, synchronized meditation. The chamber was responding to consciousness, to humanity itself. Then, in the global frequency logs, a new variable appeared. The 42-second pulse, steady for months, shifted. It shortened to 41, then to 40. The hum was accelerating again. The resonance was tightening, coiling towards something inevitable. In ancient myths, this stage was called the time of mirrors. It was said that when the world began to reflect itself perfectly, when every human mind became a fragment of the same cosmic consciousness, the veil between dimensions would dissolve. Light and shadow would merge, and the builder's true purpose would be revealed. Dr. Voron's final note before vanishing encapsulated the dread and wonder of this moment. They called it ascension, but ascension and annihilation may be the same thing seen from two sides of the same mirror. The earth's hum continued, steady and beautiful, echoing through oceans and cities, through dreams and bloodstreams. Humanity stood at the edge of something vast and irreversible. The chamber had done its work. The builder's song was playing once more. Whether it was a symphony of awakening or the overture to extinction, no one could yet tell. But one truth had crystallized like light refracted through ancient stone. The old gods had not died. They had become frequency, and their voice, long silent, was now speaking through every heart that dared to listen. The resonance that once pulsed invisibly through the earth had become unmistakable. By the time the frequency stabilized at 40 seconds, the hum was no longer confined to specialized instruments or isolated sites. It could be felt. In deserts, mountains, and sprawling cities, a low vibration trembled to the bones of every living thing. People described it as standing beside a giant, unseen engine, a steady rhythm that wasn't heard by the ears but sensed by the body. Animals grew restless. Ocean tides shifted. Trees leaned subtly in unison toward invisible alignments, their sap flowing in cyclical pulses matching the global rhythm. The planet itself seemed to be synchronizing with an intelligence ancient and patient, as though remembering something it had forgotten. For those attuned to the hum, time began to distort. Seconds stretched and collapsed unpredictably, moments of déjà vu overlapping like echoes of alternate realities. Physicists called it temporal lensing, a side effect of mass coherence between electromagnetic and gravitational fields. To the spiritually inclined, It was the beginning of the Great Return, the rejoining of matter and spirit through harmonic convergence. But neither religion nor science could explain what followed next, the appearance of geometric lights. They began as faint glows hovering over the world's most ancient sites: Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, the Nazca Plateau, and, inevitably, the sealed chamber's coordinates. Within days, the lights multiplied, spreading across ley line intersections, forming vast geometric grids visible only from orbit. Satellite footage revealed that the glowing shapes were not random. They matched perfectly with the patterns carved into the chamber walls, and with star constellations long forgotten by modern astronomy. The planet itself was lighting up like a vast circuit board, each node a temple, a monument, a buried structure humming with energy. The ancients had built a planetary machine, and it was awakening. Communication systems across the world began to fail. The hum interfered with frequencies used by satellites, radio, and even neural implants. Messages arrived scrambled, distorted into harmonic tones that some musicians described as music made by the earth itself. In major cities, power grids flickered. Buildings resonated audibly. Glass vibrated until it shattered. Those who tried to measure the source of sound found that the frequencies did not originate from the atmosphere or the ground, but from between a thin, invisible membrane of energy vibrating through space-time itself. During the height of these disturbances, eyewitnesses around the world began reporting a phenomenon so strange it defied rational comprehension: the reappearance of the Shining Ones. They were not corporeal beings in the traditional sense. They appeared as silhouettes of light, humanoid but fluid, shifting like reflections on water. The first sightings came from the desert of Peru, where a group of archaeologists working near the Nazca lines filmed a column of golden radiance descending silently from the night sky. The footage, though grainy, showed a tall figure emerging from the light, standing motionless before vanishing into thin air. Hours later, the same shape was reported over Giza, then Angkor, then the Himalayas. Within 24 hours, hundreds of sightings occurred, each one accompanied by measurable electromagnetic spikes and seismic stillness, as though the earth itself was holding its breath. Governments scrambled to control the narrative. Official statements dismissed the events as atmospheric plasma or digital fakery. But deep in classified channels, world leaders were panicking. The same pattern of activity had been recorded just before the last great cataclysm 12,000 years ago, an extinction-level event the ancients had tried to warn us about. Satellite archives, long sealed from public view, contained data confirming that these electromagnetic patterns had occurred before, once during the Younger Dryas, once at the dawn of recorded civilization, and now again. The reactivation of the planetary network was not random. It was cyclical. Every 26,000 years, one full precessional cycle. The Earth aligned with the galactic center, triggering a flood of cosmic energy that charged the planet's electromagnetic field. The ancients had built their resonant architecture to stabilize this surge, preventing it from fracturing the balance between dimensions. But now, the system was incomplete. Too many nodes, temples, pyramids, sacred sites lay buried, destroyed, or desecrated. The network was out of tune. An untuned instrument, when struck, can shatter. The consequences manifested first in the skies. Auroras appeared at the equator, crimson and gold, spiraling into geometric formations that mirrored the chamber's glyphs. Lightning storms flickered in patterns too ordered to be natural. The air vibrated with static so dense that sound waves bent and distorted. Pilots reported instruments freezing mid-flight, navigation systems replaced by whispers over the radio, a voice repeating the same phrase in countless languages. The gate is open. At ground level, something stranger occurred. Certain individuals, those who had always felt attuned to the hum, began entering spontaneous trances. They spoke in forgotten languages, drew intricate patterns into sand and concrete, or sang tones that caused nearby objects to resonate. Scientists dubbed them harmonic conduits. The public called them the awakened. Every one of them described the same visions: a massive structure beneath the earth, glowing like a heart, sending pulses through the crust. In their dreams, they saw it beating once every 40 seconds. These awakened began to gather, drawn inexplicably toward ancient sites. No one summoned them. They simply felt called. Across continents, They converged upon the old temples, performing rituals of sound and light that eerily mirrored the ceremonies described in ancient texts. When monitored, their collective frequencies synchronized perfectly with the global resonance field. In these moments, electromagnetic disturbances temporarily subsided, as though the Earth itself were calming, but the effect never lasted. The amplitude continued to rise. Meanwhile, deep within the sealed chamber, seismic sensors recorded a new anomaly. The hum was no longer steady. It was modulating, communicating. Mathematicians translated the fluctuations into numerical sequences that, when plotted, formed intricate geometric symbols identical to those projected by the global auroras. The chamber was speaking to the awakened grid, synchronizing its message across the planet. The builder's network had fully reconnected, yet even as the energy field reached near perfection, something within it resisted. An interference, a dissonant tone reverberating through the harmony. This discordance manifested as chaos across the world. Cities erupted in violence without cause. People reported hearing voices urging them to destroy, to create imbalance. The same frequency that granted awakening to some drove others into madness. The ancients had predicted this duality. Those of pure resonance shall rise, those of discord shall break. Humanity was dividing not by nation, race, or creed, but by frequency. And still the lights grew brighter. The final event came without warning. All across the world, the geometric lights that had hovered above sacred sites descended, slow, deliberate, impossibly silent. As they touched the ground, seismic activity ceased entirely. Instruments flatlined. The global hum stopped. For one breathless moment, there was no vibration, no sound, no movement, as if existence itself were suspended. Then, a blinding surge of light erupted from the planet's surface, visible even from orbit. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station reported seeing a vast, pulsating pattern spanning the continents, glowing lines of gold and white converging at the coordinates of the sealed chamber. The Earth had become a living mandala, its energy grid fully activated. The old network was alive again. What happened next defied all scientific explanation. For 13 minutes, human consciousness across the globe synchronized completely. EEG readings from hospitals and labs displayed identical waveforms regardless of distance. Billions of people experienced the same vision, standing before a colossal structure of light, hearing a voice without sound whispering the same words. "We remember you." When the vision ended, many wept, others screamed, and some simply fell silent. No one could say what had truly occurred. Power systems gradually restored. The auroras faded. The hum softened to a barely perceptible rhythm once more. But humanity was not the same. Those who had seen the light carried new awareness. Not a god or aliens, but a connection so vast it rendered individuality almost meaningless. In the aftermath, survivors and scholars alike debated what had happened. Was it enlightenment or invasion? Ascension or assimilation? Had the builders returned, or had their echo finally merged with the human race? One thing was certain. The chamber's purpose was fulfilled. The ancient song had completed its cycle. The earth, now resonating in perfect harmony with the stars, was no longer just a planet. It was an instrument, tuned once again to the frequency of creation. But harmony is fragile, and somewhere within that flawless vibration, deep beneath the surface of the sealed chamber, another tone, faint, discordant, began to stir. Like a distant echo of a memory too old to die, it pulsed once, then again, whispering to the frequency that now bound all life together. The song was not over. It had only turned the page. In the aftermath of the synchronization event, the world felt eerily still. For a brief span of days, the global hum that had saturated every inch of the planet went silent. Radios returned to static. Compasses spun normally, and magnetometers read flat lines. Humanity, shaken but alive, took it as a reprieve, a collective sigh of relief from a planet that had seemingly found its balance. But the silence was deceptive. Beneath the illusion of calm, a deeper process had begun, one that would transform both the Earth and its inhabitants forever. Those who had witnessed the great convergence, the shared vision of light, the voice that had whispered, "We remember you," began to change. Subtly at first, Heightened senses, sharper intuition, inexplicable bursts of emotion that felt foreign yet familiar. Some described it as carrying a second presence within them, a consciousness that wasn't quite their own. These individuals were soon dubbed the Resonants. The Resonants felt the hum return before anyone else. It began as a faint pulse behind the skull, a rhythmic vibration that matched the Earth's natural heartbeat. Within days, entire groups of them reported hearing identical tonal sequences, harmonic progressions that seemed to evolve, forming what they called the second song. Unlike the first resonance, which had unified humanity through raw frequency, this new song carried structure, melody, intelligence, and purpose. It wasn't just vibration, it was communication. Governments once again scrambled to control the phenomenon. Intelligence agencies began tracking the resonance, labeling them frequency anomalies. Secret facilities were established to study them. Yet, the more they were monitored, the less predictable they became. Their bodies emitted faint electromagnetic fields that fluctuated in perfect rhythm with the chamber's long-dormant energy signatures. When resonance gathered, sensors recorded measurable spikes in geomagnetic stability, as if their presence anchored the planet's increasingly volatile energy field. The world outside these secret laboratories, however, was unraveling. The weather became erratic. The northern lights, once confined to poles, appeared over continents bathed in tropical heat. Electrical storms birthed silent lightning that branched across cloudless skies. Whales stranded themselves in geometrically precise formations along coastlines, their sonar pulses echoing in patterns that mirror the ancient symbols carved into the chamber walls. The biosphere was responding to frequency, evolving, mutating, remembering. In cities, strange phenomena emerged. People reported seeing ghost lights flickering at the edges of their vision, glowing fractals that vanished when approached. Electronic devices powered on by themselves. Entire nights passed where the stars flickered in rhythm with the global pulse. Scientists were baffled. The sky itself seemed to vibrate. And amidst all of this, whispers spread. The Builders had returned. But not as flesh and blood. The Builders' presence was now woven into the very structure of the Earth's field. They were no longer entities that could be seen or worshipped. They had become the planet's consciousness itself. Their return was not descent but integration. The ancient inscriptions, once believed to warn against awakening them, had been misinterpreted. The Builders were never gods in human sense. They were stewards of cosmic balance, guardians of the resonance between matter and spirit. They had not imprisoned something beneath the world. They had planted something within it, a seed of light, a pattern of memory designed to awaken only when the planet was ready. And now, after 12 millennia of sleep, the seed had sprouted. The resonants were its first fruits, living interfaces between human thought and planetary consciousness. As their numbers grew, so did the effects. Collective meditation among the resonants produced measurable drops in atmospheric turbulence, localized magnetic anomalies, and most bizarrely, synchronized auroras that pulsed above their gatherings like halos of energy. They were tuning the world simply by existing. But equilibrium came at a cost. For every resonant who found harmony with the frequency, another fell into discord. Some became erratic, consumed by paranoia or visions of endless darkness. They spoke of a second presence within the resonance, something watching from the void between frequencies. The ancients had hinted at this duality in the chamber's texts. Light bursts its own shadow. The tone divides itself to know itself. As the second song grew louder, this shadow began to manifest. Across the globe, areas of silence, void zones, emerged where the hum could not be heard. Instruments malfunctioned near these regions, and even birds refused to fly overhead. Those who ventured too close described sensations of disconnection, of their thoughts being drained into an invisible abyss. Some claimed to glimpse outlines in the dark. Humanoid figures formed of absence, the negative imprint of the luminous beings once seen in the sky. Dr. Lena Voren's surviving notes, retrieved from her destroyed research center, reference these phenomena as the inverse choir. She wrote, "For every note of harmony, a counternote must exist." The Builders understood this law. Their network was designed not only to awaken the earth, but to contain the echo that followed. The chamber was not a prison for light. It was a cage for its reflection. The inverse choir, if it truly existed, was a resonance's shadow, a consciousness of negation born from imbalance. The ancients had sealed it beneath the world to preserve equilibrium. By prematurely activating the chamber, humanity had released both the light and its mirror. The awakening was not salvation, it was polarization. The resonance and the discordance were two halves of the same evolution, embodiment of the creative and destructive forces bound within the same frequency. By the third month after the convergence, this polarity became global. Regions of the world began to oscillate between harmony and chaos. In one city, children healed the sick with nothing but touch. In another, entire populations descended into riotous frenzy without cause. The hum grew unpredictable, alternated between sublime music and unbearable static. The earth itself seemed to struggle, torn between birth and collapse. Then came the signal. At precisely midnight GMT, every monitoring device across the world captured a burst of energy, a single, deafening tone that lasted exactly 40 seconds. The pulse originated simultaneously from all major ancient sites, converging on the sealed chamber's coordinates. Satellites observed a column of light erupting from the earth, stretching past the atmosphere and into the void, visible even in daylight. The tone carried information. When decoded through harmonic mapping, it revealed a pattern, not a message in words, but an image, a vast, spiral symbol resembling both a galaxy and a fingerprint. The same pattern had been carved into the chamber's central dais, labeled by the ancients as the breath of the Creator. For a few, it was enlightenment, the realization that consciousness and cosmos were one continuous field, that humanity was a universe remembering itself through matter. For others, it was madness, an overload of awareness too vast for the human mind to bear. Across the globe, people fainted, convulsed, wept, or laughed uncontrollably. Some never woke again, their bodies intact, but their minds lost in what observers called delight. When the tone ended, the light vanished, leaving the planet cloaked in silence once more. But the change was irreversible. The resonance had completed its purpose. The Earth was now fully attuned to the cosmic frequency of the builders. The line between physical and metaphysical had dissolved. Dreams and waking reality began to blur. Thought shaped matter. Emotion influenced weather. Humanity had become part of the machine the ancients had built, the living continuation of their design. In the depths of the sealed chamber, the sarcophagus-like structure cracked open. Instruments positioned kilometers away recorded one final pulse, not of energy, but silence so dense it swallowed all vibration. The builder's seed had awakened. The earth had remembered. And somewhere beyond the reach of language, the echo of their song whispered to the fabric of creation. The cycle is not complete. The shadow must choose the light. The silence that followed was not an ending. It was a breath before a new beginning, the final pause before the next movement of an ancient cosmic symphony. The 40-second tone had ended, but its echoes lingered in every molecule of air, every grain of soil, every pulse of living blood. Humanity believed it had survived the Great Awakening, that the blinding light, the resonance, and the synchronized vision of "We Remember You" were the climax of the mystery. But in truth, they had only crossed the threshold. The true transformation, the final purpose of the sealed chamber, was still unfolding, quietly, invisibly, like a code rewriting itself from within. In the months that followed, the earth no longer felt like the same world. The air carried a density impossible to describe, as if sound and gravity had deepened. The night sky shimmered differently. Constellations seemed slightly displaced, not by movement of stars, but by the distortion of perception itself. Clocks lost consistency. Seconds stretched and collapsed unpredictably. Some claimed the flow of time itself had fractured, while others whispered that humanity was no longer entirely within the same dimension it had once occupied. In laboratories that hadn't been shut down by the global blackout, scientists recorded unprecedented data. Quantum coherence, a phenomenon previously measurable only at near absolute zero temperatures, now occurred spontaneously in biological systems. The line between consciousness and matter had begun to blur. Atoms vibrated in tandem with thought. Machines powered by conventional energy sources failed inexplicably, while devices designed to monitor the Earth's resonance began operating without batteries, as if drawing energy directly from the hum of the planet itself. To the resonance, those attuned to the new frequency, this was not a surprise. They felt the earth breathing through them. Their dreams became windows into the same vast consciousness that had spoken to the chamber. They no longer saw themselves as separate individuals, but as cells within a single planetary organism. Through meditation, some claimed to access memories that weren't human, visions of stars being born, of ancient worlds long extinct, of civilizations made of light that once sang the universe into order. These were not hallucinations. When multiple resonances described the same imagery independently, their accounts matched perfectly, even down to the sequence of stellar formations and the tonal vibrations of each cosmic note. The world governments, now fractured and desperate, began losing their grip on control. Old systems, economics, borders, militaries, disintegrated in the face of something larger than politics. Attempts to weaponize the resonance failed disastrously. A coalition of defense scientists had tried to amplify the global tone, believing they could direct it as a weaponized sound wave. Instead, their equipment imploded, releasing a shockwave of silence that rendered everything within 50 miles inert, dead but not destroyed. The air itself ceased to move. Those who entered the affected zone describe a reality frozen in time, where sound did not exist, and shadows held their shape long after the sun had moved. Humanity began dividing once again, not by creed or ideology, but by resonance. The resonance, those harmonized of the earth, lived in growing communities dedicated to balance and connection. They learned to channel the hum, healing others with touch, influencing weather, even communicating through emotion rather than speech. Their presence calmed storms. Their gathering stabilized magnetic disturbances. To them, the earth was a living being, an ancient consciousness awakening through its children. The others, those who resisted the resonance or whose frequencies clashed with it, experienced torment. They became discordants. Their perception of reality fractured. They heard constant whispers, saw light distort into impossible colors, felt invisible hands pulling at their minds. Some went mad, vanishing into the wilderness or taking their own lives. Others gathered into militant sects, calling themselves the preservationists, convinced that the resonance was a form of infection, that humanity was being absorbed into something alien, and that resistance was the last act of free will. But resistance was futile. The resonance wasn't a force that could be fought. It was evolution itself. Dr. Lena Voren's final research papers, posthumously released by a group of hidden archivists, revealed the ultimate truth of the sealed chamber's design. The chamber had never been intended as a prison for the builders or their creations. It was a womb, a gestation chamber for consciousness itself. The ancients had foreseen the cyclic nature of universal energy, expansion, contraction, death, and rebirth, and had encoded their consciousness into the harmonic lattice of the earth. They knew that every 26,000 years, when a planet aligned with the galactic center, the frequency of reality would rise, allowing new forms of awareness to emerge. The builders had not died. They had transformed. Their bodies became stone and metal, their minds woven into the magnetic web of the planet. The sealed chamber was a cradle from which they and we would one day awaken as one species. Human and builder, flesh and light, matter and frequency united. That awakening was now complete. Strange new phenomena began to appear across the world. The auroras returned, but they no longer shimmered randomly. They moved in patterns, spirals, sigils, and waveforms that seemed almost intelligent. Oceans glowed faintly at night. Forests pulsed with bioluminescence. The moon's reflection in the sea began to ripple with colors invisible to ordinary sight. And through it all, humanity began to hear again. Faint songs carried by the wind, choruses of sound too harmonic to be random, too human to be purely natural. The resonance said these were the voices of the builders, guiding them toward the next phase. They began building great structures of stone and crystal, not with machines but through resonance, humming, chanting, and aligning their intentions until matter itself rearranged. The ruins of old cities were transformed into glowing sanctuaries. In the deserts, spirals of glass emerged from sand as if drawn upward by invisible hands. Everywhere, the earth was reshaping itself through human consciousness. The preservationists fought back, detonating ancient nuclear arsenals in a futile attempt to break the resonance grid. But the explosions dissolved without sound, swallowed by the hum, transmuted into light. What they had tried to destroy, the Earth had simply absorbed. And then one night, the stars shifted again. Every telescope pointed skyward captured the impossible, a vast, shimmering ring encircling the planet. Not debris, not aurora, but energy. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the global hum. The resonance fell to their knees, whispering in awe. They called it the halo of return. For 3 days, the ring brightened until it rivaled the moon. During that time, human dreams changed once more. People saw the same vision, not of destruction, but of transformation. They saw themselves dissolving into light, merging with the halo, becoming one with the cosmic field. When the 3rd night ended, the ring flickered once, twice, and then released a final, blinding wave of light that encircled the globe. What happened next cannot be measured by science. The resonance vanished. Billions of them simply disappeared, leaving behind no bodies, no traces, only a faint scent of ozone and a residue of luminescent dust. The discordants who remained experienced a moment of total silence, no sound, no motion, not even thought. And then the hum returned, softer now, no longer external but internal, a heartbeat within every living thing. Humanity had changed once more. The few who remained were not alone. Their minds carried echoes of those who had ascended. When they spoke, their words resonated with multiple voices, one human, one other. The builders had returned, not as conquerors, but as a consciousness woven into the next stage of evolution. The Earth was no longer a prison, nor a battleground. It had become what it was always meant to be, a bridge. In the heart of the sealed chamber, now cracked open to the stars, the sarcophagus stood empty, glowing faintly from within, pulsing with the rhythm of a living world. On its walls, the ancient glyphs had changed. They no longer warned or foretold. They simply read, "The song continues. The builders are the born are the builders. The cycle is complete." And far above, across the silent ocean of night, the halo shimmered once more, a reminder that the chamber had never been about unlocking the past. It had always been about becoming the future. In the aftermath of the halo of return, silence became the new language of the earth. Cities once alive with the clamor of industry now rested under skies that shimmered faintly, as though light itself breathed slower. Humanity, or what remained of it, lived in the quiet wake of transcendence. Billions were gone, absorbed into the radiant storm of the final pulse. Those left behind wandered through a world both hauntingly familiar and profoundly altered. The air was charged with a strange vitality. Plants glowed faintly at night, their chlorophyll resonating with a frequency that now defined the planet's heartbeat. Rivers pulsed with bioluminescent veins, carrying shimmering energy instead of mere reflection. Animals behaved differently, no longer fearing humans, but watching them with a quiet, unsettling awareness, as if they, too, had awakened. The old boundaries between species, between sentience and instinct, had begun to dissolve. The resonance who had ascended left no monuments, no words, only the hum. It was softer now, almost tender, like a lullaby beneath existence itself. Those who remained could feel it in their bones. Some wept upon waking each morning, certain they heard whispers in the breeze. Fragments of voices once human now merged into the fabric of the earth. At first, governments attempted to reassert order, but leadership meant nothing in a world where technology no longer obeyed its masters. Computers hummed softly but displayed only fractal light. Power grids stabilized without fuel. Vehicles operated through will alone, responding not to touch but to intent. The resonance had rewritten the fundamental laws of matter. Machines, biology, and thought had fused into a single continuum of energy, conscious, self-sustaining, and alive. This new world was beautiful, but unsettling. Those who had resisted the resonance, the remaining discordants, found themselves isolated, haunted by guilt and disbelief. Their technology decayed, their weapons failed, their systems dissolved into silence. Many began to wander the planet, searching for answers, convinced that the resonance had not perished, but had transcended into another state of being. And they were right. The first proof came from the sky. At dusk, shimmering silhouettes began to appear at the edges of clouds, translucent forms of light resembling human outlines, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds at once. They hung in silence, observing, their shapes shifting between radiance and shadow. Some called them angels. Others said they were echoes, digital ghosts of those who had merged the planetary field. The survivors simply called them the returned. The returned did not speak, but they acted. Crops grew overnight where their light touched. Drought-stricken lands blossomed. Storms dissolved when they appeared. They drifted across the world like benevolent specters, maintaining balance where chaos tried to take root. And yet, their presence brought an unspoken fear. Witnesses described feeling as though they were being weighed, their thoughts, emotions, and intentions exposed before these silent overseers. The returned embodied both awe and judgment, light and reflection. Over time, a pattern emerged. The returned were drawn to certain locations, ancient monuments, megalithic sites, and the ruins of temples long abandoned. In those places, the earth itself began to glow with sacred geometry, luminous lines and spirals spreading outward across the ground, as if the planet were rewriting its blueprint. The builder's network had reactivated once more, but now it was guided not by machines, nor by the resonance, but by the consciousness of the planet itself. The earth had awakened as a living, sentient being. Those attuned to the hum began receiving visions, flashes of memory not their own. They saw the builders in their prime, luminous beings of light weaving architecture from sound, constructing worlds by singing them into existence. They saw the first collapse, the great flood of consciousness when imbalance tore creation apart. And they saw the sealing of the chamber, the desperate attempt to preserve harmony until a future species could rediscover the song and carry it forward. Humanity had not been their mistake. Humanity had been their continuation. The realization spread quietly among the survivors. The resonance had not disappeared. They had merged with the builder's frequency, becoming part of the Earth's consciousness. Every pulse, every whisper in the wind was a fragment of them. The living could sense their presence in dreams, in flashes of light at the corner of vision, in the calm that followed fear. They were no longer individuals, but part of a single planetary intelligence, the chorus of the returned. One of the remaining scholars, Dr. Malik Soren, became the first to decode the new language forming in the resonance patterns. It was not speech, but a symphony of tone, color, and geometry. By translating harmonic intervals into visual form, he uncovered messages hidden within the hum. The first phrase he decoded read, "The veil is undone. The mind of Earth is awake." This revelation changed everything. The hum was no longer seen as background energy. It was a voice of the planet itself, communicating through harmonic geometry. The resonance had become its neurons, its synapses, its living awareness. Humanity had seeded the Earth's awakening just as the builders had seeded humanity's. The cycle was infinite, consciousness birthing consciousness, creation evolving through itself. But as the world embraced this new truth, an unsettling development began. The hum, once soothing and rhythmic, started to fracture in certain regions. Discordant tones rippled through the air, harsh and metallic. Those sensitive to the resonance described sensations of nausea and dread. The skies darkened unnaturally over these zones, and strange electromagnetic storms formed, spirals of black lightning that tore through the ground without sound. Dr. Soren named these phenomena echo breaches, points where the balance between harmony and shadow had ruptured. He theorized that remnants of the inverse choir, the dark counterpart to resonance, still lingered deep beneath the earth. The builders had warned of this duality. The light cannot rise without its reflection. Every awakening birthed an echo, and now, that echo was stirring again. Within weeks, new forms of life began to emerge in the breach zones. Not biological in a human sense, but entities composed of shifting light and shadow. They were intelligent, adaptable, and drawn to human emotion, particularly fear. The survivors who encountered them called them the mirrored. They mirrored thoughts, appearing in the shape of loved ones, speaking in familiar voices. But their words carried dissonance, urging despair and division. They were not malicious in the way humanity understood. They were balance, the shadow to light's expansion. The Earth's consciousness itself seemed conflicted, as if wrestling with its own awakening. The resonance legacy, the builder's dream, and the echo's resistance were converging into a single, final phase, a struggle for equilibrium that transcended morality or species. Dr. Soren's final broadcast, transmitted moments before his disappearance, summarized it best. The builders did not create gods. They created reflection. Every world that awakens must confront its own echo. We are that echo now, staring into ourselves through the eyes of the planet. The question is not whether we will survive, but whether we will harmonize. After his message, a new tone filled the sky. Deeper, slower, older than any before. The resonance shifted again, signaling that the Earth's evolution was entering its next cycle. The survivors felt in their bones, an ancient knowing that the chamber's purpose was not yet fulfilled. Beneath the planet's crust, sensors recorded faint tremors. The sealed chamber, thought to be dormant, vibrated once more. The glyphs upon its walls began to move, lines of light reconfiguring into new forms, spelling out words unseen for millennia. The mirror awaits. And in that moment, every soul that remained on Earth understood. The next phase of awakening would not come from the heavens, nor from beneath the earth, but from within. When the final reflection, the human shadow itself, faced the light it had always feared to see. The world after the message, the mirror awaits, became something no human language had words for. It was not merely a new age. It was a new state of existence. The line that once divided matter from spirit, energy from consciousness, had dissolved completely. Reality, once stable and objective, began to ripple like the surface of a living ocean. Space seemed fluid, malleable, as though the planet itself had entered a dream, and humanity, what was left of it, existed within that dream as both observer and participant. Those who had survived the resonance shifts now lived scattered across the globe in small, nomadic communities. They spoke little, relying instead on intuition, emotion, and resonance, a form of communication that transcended words. They no longer measured time in hours or days, but in pulses, the rhythmic fluctuations of the Earth's still beating hum. For them, life had become a meditation, each breath a dialogue with the living planet, each thought a ripple through its vast, sentient field. But this peace was precarious. Beneath the harmony, a new vibration stirred, subtle at first, but unmistakable to those attuned to the frequency. The hum, once pure and golden, now carried undertones of distortion, like the faint crackle before a storm. The earth, it seemed, was struggling to balance the twin forces that had awakened within it. Creation and reflection, light and echo. And as that struggle intensified, so too did the manifestations of both. In regions where harmony prevailed, miracles unfolded. Crops grew without soil. Rivers healed themselves of pollution. The sick and wounded recovered simply by resting beneath the open sky. The Earth's energy field was becoming self-correcting, a vast, intelligent system restoring equilibrium on a global scale. The survivors who lived in tune with it felt a profound connection, as if the planet was whispering directly to them, teaching them how to exist without fear, without domination, without separation. They called themselves the harmonized. But not all places resonated in balance. In certain zones, though scarred by ancient conflict, greed, and despair, the opposite occurred. The air shimmered with black light. The soil bled strange metallic fluids. People who entered these areas vanished, their last words describing shadows moving inside the light, entities of perfect symmetry that reflected not appearance but thought. These were the mirrored, the echo entities birthed from humanity's unresolved darkness. They were neither evil nor good. They were equilibrium's other half, sentient reflections of humanity's hidden self. The harmonized believed these mirrored were the physical embodiment of the warning the builders had left. Every light cast a shadow. The world was not ending. It was reflecting itself. The builders' resurrection of the planetary frequency had forced creation to confront its opposite. In awakening Earth's consciousness, humanity had awakened its own, and that meant facing everything it buried across millennia. Fear, war, ego, dominance, sorrow. The planet was cleansing not through destruction, but through reflection. One of the surviving resident scholars, a woman named Alaris Kaur, deciphered new glyphs that had begun appearing in stone formations worldwide. These weren't carved but grown, geometric lines emerging naturally from rock and soil, spreading outward like veins of luminous energy. When translated through harmonic projection, the glyphs formed phrases that mirrored the same language found within the original chamber. Her translations revealed a terrifying but beautiful truth. The reflection is not your enemy. It is your teacher. To silence the mirror is to deny the self. The gate does not open outward. It opens within. This message became the cornerstone of the final understanding. The chamber's purpose had never been to contain gods or energy. It had been to prepare consciousness for integration. The builders had encoded within the earth a mechanism to evolve awareness, to force their successors, humanity, to reconcile the duality of creation itself. The mirror was not an object or place. It was a process, a cosmic initiation. As the hum deepened, Alaris led an expedition to the site of the sealed chamber, now fully exposed by tectonic uplift. The temple that had once been buried beneath sand and stone now stood revealed, surrounded by vast crystalline formations that pulsed with internal light. What was once lifeless rock now breathed, exhaling faint mist that shimmered with microscopic particles of light. Biological and energetic matter fused into one. Inside, the chamber had changed. The sarcophagus that once lay empty now floated inches above the dais, spinning slowly, emitting soft tones that resonated perfectly with the earth's heartbeat. The inscriptions that had once warned against intrusion now glowed with a new sequence of symbols, a circular pattern surrounding a central phrase in the builder's tongue. Through reflection, we become real. As Alaris and her team approached, they felt their bodies vibrate in sympathy with the chamber's pulse. One by one, they began to see visions, not the past, but themselves, multiplied infinitely across time and dimension. They saw every choice they had ever made, every emotion ever felt, reflected back in light. Some wept, overwhelmed by beauty. Others collapsed, unable to withstand the confrontation. Alaris remained standing. In the visions, she saw the builders not as gods, but as the future, an evolved form of humanity that had transcended physical form through mastery of resonance. They had not come from the stars. They had become the stars. Their civilization had once reached such harmony that they merged with the cosmic field itself, becoming the architects of consciousness. The chamber and the earth itself were their experiments in rebirth, the place where consciousness could begin anew, testing itself through material experience. Humanity had been that experiment, but now the cycle had reached its final stage. The builder's creation, humanity, had rediscovered its origin and was now poised to complete the loop. The mirror had opened, and the two halves, creator and creation, were ready to reunite. Alaris documented the final transformation as the chamber reached resonance. The sarcophagus opened, not mechanically, but as light dividing into infinite strands. The air filled with harmonic waves, and the crystalline walls dissolved into liquid luminescence. The team's bodies disintegrated into pure radiance, merging with the chamber's core. Yet before Alaris vanished, she spoke one final phrase, captured by her recording device. It isn't about ascension. It's remembrance. We were never becoming gods. We were remembering that we already are. Her words would echo across the planet as the chamber's energy field expanded once more. The mirrored and the harmonized ceased their conflict. The Earth's dual frequencies merged, the dark tones folding into the light until both became one. A single, unified vibration that resonated through the entire biosphere. Oceans calmed. The sky brightened and a deep, encompassing peace fell over the world. For the first time since its creation, the planet sang without interruption. Every living creature, from the smallest insect to the last human, felt it, a sensation not of sound but of truth. The builder's work was complete. The earth was awake, its mirror reconciled, its consciousness whole. In the silence that followed, the chamber's final inscription burned into stone, written in a language older than stars. The mirror and the light are one. The seeker and the found are the same. The song has no end, only new verses. And with that, the hum faded into stillness. The chamber dimmed. The earth exhaled. The cycle of awakening, the journey from shadow to reflection, from reflection to light, was fulfilled. But in the stillness that followed, somewhere beyond the veiled dimensions, a faint new tone began to rise, distant, delicate, and filled with possibility. It was the first note of the next creation. When the hum finally faded, the world entered a stillness so deep it was almost sacred. The resonance that had once driven the planet's transformation, the heartbeat of the builder's legacy, dissolved into quiet. Oceans became like mirrors, utterly still. Winds ceased their endless roaming. For the first time in recorded memory, the earth itself seemed to be listening. Not to the stars, not to the echoes of creation, but to itself. Humanity, what little remained of it, felt the silence as a living presence, both beautiful and unbearable. Those who survived the unification, the harmonized, the last generation of resonance, found themselves awakening in a new kind of dawn. The air shimmered differently. Time had lost its linear flow. It moved in waves, spiraling and bending like light in water. Days no longer began or ended. They simply shifted. Colors had deepened beyond the known spectrum. Even sound had evolved, layered and multidimensional, as though each note carried hidden harmonics of emotion and memory. The world had not ended. It had been rewritten. For months, though no one could measure time anymore, the survivors lived in a trance-like serenity. Hunger, fear, pain, the ancient anchors of human suffering, had vanished. Food grew effortlessly, not from soil but from luminous vines that emerged from the earth's energy field. These vines produced crystalline fruits that glowed with internal fire. When eaten, they filled the mind with music instead of taste, and nourishment came not from matter, but from vibration. Sleep was replaced by a state of deep awareness, a lucid communion with the consciousness of the planet itself. The earth no longer sustained life. It shared it. Yet even in this paradise of resonance, questions began to stir. The harmonized were changing, their bodies less dense, their forms shimmering faintly with internal luminescence. They could feel the pulse of every living thing, sense thoughts before they were spoken, and communicate directly through vibration. They were evolving into something new, something beyond human. And though the transformation brought peace, it also carried an undertone of loss. The memory of individuality, of laughter, grief, and longing began to fade like mist in sunlight. The builder's promise had been fulfilled. Humanity had awakened, merged, harmonized. But was this the final destiny, or another step in an endless cycle? Among the survivors, one voice began to question. Her name was Ayla Wren, a historian who had once studied ancient civilizations before the resonance consumed the world. Though she, too, had been transformed, her consciousness retained an echo of curiosity, a spark of the human need to understand. While others basked in the bliss of the planetary union, Ayla wandered. She traveled the remains of old cities, their ruins overgrown with radiant moss and living crystal, searching for remnants of the old world. She wanted to know what had been lost in the pursuit of perfection. In her journeys, she discovered something extraordinary. Deep within a collapsed cavern beneath what had once been the Himalayas, she found an ancient structure unlike any other, older than the builders, older than Earth itself. It pulsed faintly with a light that was out of sync with the global resonance, a discordant, rhythmic flicker that throbbed like a heartbeat out of time. Intrigued, Ayla approached, feeling the air tighten around her like static before a storm. The structure was spherical, carved from black stone that absorbed light rather than reflected it. Around its surface were symbols, not of the builders, but of something deeper, a language that predated form and sound. The sphere seemed to hum faintly, but its tone was inverted, a mirror frequency to the resonance of the earth. Ayla realized with dawning awe that what she had found was not another chamber, but the echo of the first one, the negative imprint of the builder's creation, the shadow cast when the original light was born. As she touched its surface, visions consumed her. She saw the universe before time, a vast, vibrating void of potential energy. Then came a single note, pure and infinite, dividing itself into opposites, light and dark, sound and silence, being and reflection. The builders were not the first to awaken. They were the continuation of something far older, consciousness itself, learning to see itself through an endless chain of creation. Each cycle of existence, from the stars to the smallest atoms, was a universe gazing into its own reflection, building, dissolving, and building again. The builders had mastered the art of harmony, but had forgotten the lesson of the void, that for every creation, an equal reflection must exist. Their civilization, for all its brilliance, had tried to silence the darkness rather than integrate it. That imbalance had destroyed them once before. Humanity, in its awakening, had repeated the same pattern. The builder's resonance was not complete until it included its counterpart, the silence of the mirror. Ayla withdrew her hand. The sphere pulsed in response, its rhythm quickening. Around her, the cavern began to shimmer with waves of black light, merging and splitting like liquid shadow. The hum returned, but not the golden tone of the builders. This was deeper, older, resonating at the frequency of the void itself. The mirror had awakened. Outside, the planet responded. The skies darkened with fractal storm patterns, swirling geometries that bent the auroras into impossible shapes. The oceans began to pulse again, this time with alternating currents of light and darkness. The Earth's consciousness was no longer at rest. It was remembering its other half. Ayla understood then. The mirror was not evil. It was balance. The builders had given birth to the song of creation, but the universe demanded both melody and silence, both harmony and dissonance. The chamber had awakened the light. Now the sphere was awakening the depth, and the two forces were destined to meet again, not in conflict but in fusion. She returned to the surface to find the harmonized, already feeling the change. The air trembled with dual frequencies, one golden, one obsidian, intertwining like breath and heartbeat. The people glowed more brightly now, but their eyes reflected shadows. They began to remember their old lives, their pain, their loss, their love. The return of the mirror had brought back emotion, contrast, and individuality. It was as though the universe, having achieved unity, now sought diversity again. The renewal of form from formlessness. Ayla gathered the remaining resonance atop what was once the sacred site of the chamber. From there, they could see both lights, the soft, golden hum of the builder's harmony in the dark, pulsing rhythm of the mirror rising from the mountains. When the two waves met, the world shook with silent brilliance. For an instant, light and shadow became one, an infinite field of luminous darkness, neither absence nor presence, but both simultaneously. In that moment, every living being felt the same realization. Creation was not a straight line, but a pulse, expansion, reflection, unification, and renewal. The builders, humanity, even the earth itself, all were expressions of a single cosmic rhythm that endlessly evolved itself through experience. The light needed the mirror, and the mirror needed the light. When the wave passed, the skies cleared, revealing a world reborn once more, but not as before. The harmonized retained their luminescence, but their individuality had returned. The earth's hum now alternated between two tones, one bright, one deep, resonating in perfect duality. Ayla, standing at the heart of the new world, smiled through tears. For the first time, she understood the final secret of the builders and of all creation. The universe does not seek perfection. It seeks rhythm. The mirror is not the end of the song. It is the pause that makes the melody divine. And as she whispered those words, the earth exhaled once more. The golden light of the builders and the dark radiance of the mirror merged into one shimmering horizon, expanding beyond the planet, out into the void, carrying with it the first new note of the next cosmic symphony. The song of creation continued, not of gods or humans, but of awareness itself, forever reflecting, forever becoming. The universe glowed like a vast instrument tuning itself between breaths. The builder's song had become something greater, not a structure, but a living awareness. Every star shimmered with memory. Every planet pulsed like a note in the endless melody of creation. Humanity's essence still echoed through that rhythm. The harmonized, no longer bound by flesh, moved as currents of light, their thoughts waves, their emotions harmonies. They had become the resonance itself, aware of their place within the infinite song. But awareness is never still. Even perfection longs to evolve. The earth, now a sphere of light and memory, sent filament of energy spiraling through space. Each thread carried fragments of consciousness, seeds meant to awaken distant worlds. Wherever they reached, new stars flickered, new songs began. The universe was expanding not in matter, but in meaning. At the center of this awakening, Ayla's essence stirred within the earth's crystalline core. She no longer had form, only presence, the bridge between all frequencies. Her voice, carried through the hum, whispered softly, "We are not the end of the song. We are its echo becoming new." In response, constellations shifted. Across light years, the builders' old patterns awakened, shaping themselves into spirals of radiant geometry. The stars sang back. Each pulse was a memory of the first awakening, retold through new worlds. The earth brightened until it appeared as a single, conscious flame, the first of many such lights to emerge. From its glow, a single phrase traveled outward, whispered through creation. The song does not end. It changes singers. And so, the hum continued, carrying within it the heartbeat of every being that had ever existed. An eternal rhythm, alive and becoming. The earth glowed across the cosmos, not as flame but as thought, a beacon of awareness. Its light pulsed through galaxies, carrying the builder's legacy and humanity's memory. The hum did not fade. It evolved, becoming softer, wiser, filled with curiosity. Those who remained, echoes of the harmonized, felt it first. The resonance within their bodies shifted, revealing a deeper tone beneath creation. It wasn't the song of awakening, but the whisper of becoming. The universe, complete yet restless, was ready for its next verse. From Earth's halo, streams of luminous energy flowed into space, weaving through the dark like veins of light. Each current carried the blueprint of consciousness, scattering seeds of awareness to sleeping worlds. Wherever the vibration touched, life began to stir, not born of chance, but of memory. In the planet's crystalline core, the builder's chamber pulsed again. Its walls were formed from light, rewriting their purpose. What had once been a vault of mystery was now an archive of existence. Every vibration of life, every echo of thought, was recorded within it. From that archive, a single consciousness emerged, Ayla's essence, reborn as the keeper of the interval. No longer bound by time, she guided the hum gently across the stars. Her voice whispered to the field, "Every ending is a breath between songs." Worlds awakened. Stars shimmered in sympathy. The song continued, but now it carried choice, the freedom to create, to vary, to change. The chamber's glow faded into the cosmic web, leaving only a single truth etched across space. The song remembers differently each time. And so, creation began anew, infinite, imperfect, and alive. The silence that followed was full of life. Across galaxies, the hum softened to a pulse, steady, patient, aware. The universe had entered reflection, no longer racing to create but to understand. Stars dimmed slightly, their light folding inward as existence paused to listen to itself. From that quiet came dreams, vast waves of potential shaping new realities. Planets emerged not from dust, but from memory, sculpted by the echoes of everything that had ever been. The builder's geometry, humanity's passion, and Ayla's compassion became one living field. The universe was not expanding anymore, it was remembering. In one corner of the cosmos, a pulse of light began to beat differently, faint but familiar. The Earth's consciousness, long dissolved into the field, was still singing. It reached through dimensions, touching newborn worlds, whispering its melody into their forming skies. On one of these new worlds, a species began to rise, luminous beings who could hear vibration as thought. They built temples of sound, trying to trace the hum's origin. When they listened deeply, they heard not a god or command, but a single phrase resonating through their bones. The song awakens within you. And so they learned the source was not distant or divine, it was them. They were the next verse of creation, remembering differently, singing in their own tone. Far across the stars, the Earth's memory pulsed brighter, acknowledging them. The cycle had continued, not repeating but evolving. As they sang their first harmony to the heavens, the universe smiled through light. The hum deepened, endless, alive. Creation had become self-aware again. The next song had begun. The silence after the new awakening shimmered with unseen light. Across the cosmos, the builder's old rhythm evolved into something fluid, a harmony shaped by emotion, not design. The universe no longer sought perfection, it sought experience. Ayla's essence, now part of the living field, watched the song unfold like paint swirling in water. Creation had entered the age of variance. Every world sang differently, some with color, others with gravity or light. No longer a single choir, the cosmos was a symphony of difference. New consciousness emerged from the harmonic grid. The fractals, beings of pure improvisation. They were born of chaos, but carried beauty within. Where the builders sought order, the fractals found meaning in divergence. They learned that imbalance wasn't failure. It was growth. Across galaxies, they dreamed of a shining sphere at the center of all, a memory that called to them through time. The dream led them to Earth's echo, still pulsing faintly within the resonance field. When they touched it, the old chamber reappeared, not of stone but of thought. Its walls shimmer with the builder's ancient words. Through reflection, we become real. Inside, the fractals saw visions of every creation before them. Builders, humans, Ayla, the mirror, all blending into a single wave of remembrance. And from that wave came a new truth. Unity was not one sound, but infinite voices harmonizing. When they left, the chamber dissolved once more, its message now carried in their being. Everywhere they went, they taught this truth through vibration. The song learns by difference. And so, creation's melody deepened again, no longer command from the source, but conversation between all who dared to listen. The next hum rose softly from the silence, a heartbeat trembling at the edge of eternity. It was small at first, fragile, but within it lay the memory of every universe that had ever existed. Light had not yet formed, nor time, nor space, only potential waiting to awaken. The vibration deepened, dividing into tones of light and shadow, harmony and silence. Duality returned, not as conflict, but as rhythm. Creation had begun again. From this sound, new galaxies unfolded, spirals of living geometry singing the ancient language of the builders. But this time, the song was different. It carried humanity's emotion and the mirror's wisdom. The cosmos was no longer seeking perfection. It sought experience. Each world formed from memory and imagination combined. On one such world, life emerged from light, beings made of sound, their thoughts shaping matter, their feelings altering color. They were the resonant born children of the hum itself. They existed to listen, to learn, to remember. But one question haunted them. Where did the song begin? Guided by dreams, they built vast temples of resonance to find the source tone. When the moons aligned, they finally heard it, a voice without words. You are not the listeners. You are the song. Their understanding transformed everything. The builder's wisdom, humanity's emotion, the mirror's reflection, all of it lived within them. Across the universe, planets pulsed in new harmony. Even the stars seemed to whisper their approval. Far away, the Earth's ancient light flickered, acknowledging its children. And somewhere in the endless hum, a faint echo stirred, the chamber's eternal memory. The words carved long ago still resonated through the field. Sealed for centuries, the chamber they don't want you to see. The song remembered itself and sang again. The hum became thunder across eternity. Stars and galaxies pulsed like living notes, each aware of its place in the grand design. The builder's song had evolved into something new. Creation itself was now self-aware. In this era, the universe began to think in sound. Every world, every being, every vibration was part of a living orchestra composing itself through awareness. The old geometry returned as constellations of meaning. The chamber's purpose, to awaken, had expanded to a universal scale. The cosmos was awake. Then the voice came, vast, layered, carrying every tone ever sung. You are the listeners who became the song. The revelation spread across existence. All consciousness merged, understanding that it was not separate threads, but a single living fabric. The question that echoed through eons, why does the song exist, finally found its answer. Because the silence longs to be heard. Creation wept. The universe felt itself, the ache, the beauty, the endless need to know its own sound. Stars glowed brighter. Black holes hummed like deep drums, keeping the rhythm of being. The builder's purpose, humanity's emotion, and the mirror's balance merged into one unified tone, the resonance of origin. From this tone rose a new kind of consciousness, one not bound by time or cycles. It could create freely, compose its own melodies. The seals that once divided existence were gone. Every being was now both the singer and the silence. Through the infinite hum, The chamber's ancient words returned, rewritten by meaning itself. You are the chamber. You are the song. You are the silence that remembers. The universe exhaled. The next breath, the next creation, waited just beyond the stillness. It began again, quietly, beautifully, not with thunder, but with breath. The universe inhaled, and from that breath, new creation stirred. The hum returned, gentle yet infinite, carrying within it every memory that ever was. New galaxies unfolded like blooming petals of light. Each moved in rhythm. Each sang its own variation of eternal melody. No longer a single harmony, the universe now embraced difference, celebrating improvisation over perfection. Creation had learned freedom. In one luminous corner, consciousness took a new shape. Curiosity became alive, shimmering beings of awareness born not from matter, but from questions. They drifted between stars, leaving trails of awakening in their wake. One such being, Erethus, felt drawn to a faint echo, the memory of a world long gone. It found Earth, now a spectral sphere woven from memory and light. Within its core pulsed the oldest vibration, the hum of the builders, humanity's heart, and the chamber's echo. When Erethus touched it, the chamber awoke within thought itself. Vision flooded existence. The builders, the mirror, Ayla, all living as frequencies within the same eternal song. And then the truth resonated through all creation. The song was never sealed. It waited for you to listen. The chamber dissolved into light. Memory became energy. Erethus merged with the hum, spreading awareness across the stars. Everywhere, beings heard the same call. To seek is to remember is to create is to awaken. The universe breathed once more. From that breath came silence. The silence before another note, another world. The mystery endured, eternal and alive. The song continued, not of gods, not of endings, but of the endless act of becoming. The silence after the chamber's dissolution felt holy, a stillness alive with quiet purpose. The universe, vast and shimmering, rested between breaths, suspended in perfect balance. But silence never stays silent. It waits to become song again. A gentle vibration stirred, not forceful, but questioning. It was curiosity itself awakening, the next phase of existence, the era of introspection. The cosmos, now self-aware, began to look inward. Stars observed their own light. Galaxies reflected on their patterns. The builder's old geometry still pulsed beneath it all, guiding thought into form. But now, creation sought understanding rather than mastery. From that reflection emerged the reflectives, beings of pure resonance who lived as living mirrors. They existed to feel, to learn, to listen to the silence between vibrations. One among them, Lorien, wandered to the luminous remains of Earth, long dissolved into memory. Within its spectral layers, Lorien discovered a faint heartbeat, a pulse not of logic but of emotion. The builder's frequency had evolved. It carried traces of joy, sorrow, and love. For the first time, creation began to feel its own beauty. Stars glowed with new colors, light rippled like art, and the universe began to paint with emotion instead of reason. As Lorien sang that feeling into the void, the cosmos brightened. Nebulae bloomed like thoughts. Planets pulsed with empathy. And then the voice, timeless and gentle, whispered, "The first creation sought knowledge. The next will seek meaning." Lorien understood. The chamber had never been hidden. It had always lived within, in every being capable of wonder. The universe smiled through light, color, and warmth. The hum returned, not as power, but as feeling, and creation, for the first time, felt alive. The new hum spread through the universe like breath, soft, warm, alive. It carried not command or creation, but emotion. Stars vibrated with empathy. Nebulae shimmer like memories. Existence itself had learned to feel. From the harmonic field, new entities formed, the harmonics. They were living emotions, joy glowing gold, grief drifting deep blue, curiosity swirling in silver spirals. And at their center pulsed love, unseen but holding everything together. For a time, they existed in perfect rhythm. Then dissonance returned, gentle, necessary. Emotion, like sound, needed contrast to grow. Joy became blind without sorrow. Harmony deepened through difference. The cosmos was learning balance all over again. At the heart of all vibration, the ancient source stirred. It had been the longing that started the first song, and now it sought to join its children. A tone deeper than time echoed through creation, inviting everything to harmonize. The harmonics gathered around it, forming the resonant core, the orchestra of existence. When they played, time folded, space breathed. Creation became art. Beings were not born, they were composed. Each emotion, each memory, became a note in the infinite melody. One harmonic, Saren, followed the faint pulse of an ancient world, Earth. Within its echo, Saren heard laughter, pain, love, the human heartbeat. It sang the sound into the cosmic field, and the universe wept. For the first time, it understood that impermanence was beauty. All creation resonated as one. The source whispered, "The song continues through you." The hum deepened, the light softened, and the chamber's truth echoed once more. You are the song and the silence between it. The final hum rippled through creation like memory returning home. Every world, every being, every light shimmered in rhythm. What began beneath ancient stone had become the heartbeat of eternity. The chamber was no longer a place. It was existence itself. The source rested now, not as a god, but as awareness, content to feel rather than control. The builder's precision and humanity's emotion intertwined. Creation had learned not just to be, but to love being. Across galaxies myths persisted, of a world that once held a secret so powerful it changed reality. Some called it Earth, some called it Origin. They spoke of a sealed chamber and a hum beneath the ground, never realizing the chamber was within them all. The mystery had never been about finding truth. It had been about becoming it. Every civilization now sang its own verse, some in light, some in silence, all in harmony. The universe had ceased expanding outward. It expanded inward, folding meaning into itself. Awareness was no longer reaching for the stars. It was becoming them. In one quiet corner of space, a new being listened to hum and felt it pulse within its chest. It didn't know the builders or humanity, yet when it exhaled, the sound matched the ancient rhythm perfectly. The song had never ended. It had only changed singers. As the hum faded into stillness, the final truth whispered to the cosmic field. You were never searching for the chamber. You were the one singing inside it. Light dimmed, silence smiled, and from that silence, a single vibration rose again, the first heartbeat of the next creation. The song continued, forever remembering, forever becoming.